Hello, Abdurrab, Jared, Synaptic, Samuel, Maplasa, Suplup Knights. How's it going? Let's see here. Close that. Today's Monday. We're gonna do Skyleap. Chat, I didn't do FP last week. I forgot. Oopsie, I forgot. A flan ring. Hello. 165. Surprised you, Skyleap. Yeah, maybe there's not much reason to. I don't know. I'd do it anyways. Hello, Chaos Lord. How's it going? Alright, Skyleap done. Let's go do daily rupee over here. Let's do our daily single. Nothing today. I'll probably wait. I think it's Wednesday, right? I'll probably wait till Wednesday then. And chuck a couple tenors on. There's 2 messages. Not bad. Why is Umikin taunting me about Payla? Hello, Reika. Grab those, reserve these. What the hell are the weapons in here? Oh, odious weapons, sure. All right, that's done. Into co-op daily. We also need to do you. No, let's do hard. Let's do this one instead. My friend and I were watching a really bad anime when the site wouldn't load the next episode, so we went to watch Frieden. The whiplash is insane. It's time to throw the Enya tab into the sun. Yeah, we don't need the Enya tab anymore. When's the skip? Is it out? Is it soon? I can't wait to get rid of that tab. Late September. Shit. I guess it's staying around for a bit. To be honest, I haven't done my Enya like daily for a while. What's the requirement for skipping 2,000 kills? I don't know. I mean, it's past M2, so it makes me think it's more than M2, but I also think like it won't be. I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to have a super harsh restriction though. I did 100 runs after a year of M2 skip. Interesting. Hi, I'm at 176 pulls. Do you think I'll get enough pulls to spark on both Halloween and New Year's? You're on 176 right now. I think you'll be okay, yeah. As long as you don't pull in the meantime on random banners. By Halloween, you'll have over a spark, and then that will lead into New Year's, and New Year's will be discounted. So yeah, I think you'll be okay. I'm pretty sure. Can even YOLO? Okay, let's not suggest that. But yeah. You will most likely have enough, assuming you play the game in 20 bucks and things like that. If you don't YOLO, you will miss a lot of seasonals, to be honest. I recommend it always. I think that's a bad recommendation. Mm-hmm. 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 I've been playing the game for quite a long time and only paid for beginner and one anniversary ticket. If you're on the same ground and you don't YOLO, you'll be in a miserable state, limited character-wise. I just disagree. I mean, mathematically, it's just wrong. there's, there's nothing really to say here. YOLOing is just for short-term gratification, and in the short term, it might help, but long term, it just hurts you. Like, you only YOLO if you realize and understand that fact. Or it's only like, what I'm trying to say is that that's an informed decision someone makes, hopefully, when they know that. You don't YOLO because you think it helps you. If you're YOLOing because you're thinking it helps you in the long run, you're just plain wrong. Most of my characters I wanted are from YOLOs. I'm sorry, like, this is just pure confirmation bias at its finest. Like, no one's telling you how to pull on the gacha, right? If you want to YOLO, that's entirely your decision, and that's okay. Like, I YOLO too. I'm not saying YOLOing is like, it's something that's so horrendous that nobody should ever do. No, of course, it's fun to YOLO, it's fine. But I would never say YOLOing is ever optimal because it straight up is not. It is just never optimal to do YOLOs. YOLOs are for fun, exactly. You do it because you want the instant gratification. That is my wise decision, to be honest, based on discounted OP banners and limited banners. It is the optimal decision, IMO. I'm sorry. Maybe you have a misunderstanding of what the word optimal here means, but it just isn't. You're basically telling me that two is less than one. And that's just a factually incorrect statement. I don't know what to say here. Like I said, you're entirely free to YOLO. I'm not stopping anybody from YOLOing. As I said, even I YOLO banners. I'm planning on YOLOing on this banner too. But I know that despite knowing that me saving for Halloween and holidays are much more optimal for me. Considering a level 100 luck stack, it's optimal. Yeah. Hello, Zasani. People seem to be confusing I got lucky with I did the by the math objectively right thing. Yeah. Would you still roll to spark when you have all seasonal rate ups at 120? It depends on whether what I spark is worth 180. I would like to spark Cosmos. There is Guild Wars soon. Spending 180 rolls here for Cosmos is much better than spending 300 rolls on September Flash, if that's what you're considering. Ultimately, I think this comes down to whether you think Cosmos is worth 180 pulls. Like in my position, because I have Cosmos, and look, we'll just replace, if I was in your spot, right? And I would replace Cosmos with Baija, right? That Baija is a character who I think is as important as Cosmos. And if I was at 120 pulls right now, I don't think I would continue personally, but there's not a guild war on the horizon. Cosmos is not particularly like noteworthy for guild war outside of it, maybe NM250, or if you have like, if you have not super duper fast teams, then you might be using Cosmos. I don't know. I think it goes either way, Toy Dagger. It's entirely up to you. I'm sorry, I don't have a solid answer here. 120 is very early to get all the rate ups. 180 rolls for Cosmos can feel bad, but it is a good grind. You said you're copying me to get other seasonals along the way. It's something that would be a nice surprise, but not something I would bank on at all. I think ask yourself whether you want Cosmos before Guild War. If that's a factor that matters to you. If the answer is yes, I would say probably finish a Spark. If the answer is no, I would just hold because there's plenty of good banners coming up in the rest of the year. And like I said, for Guild War in particular, Cosmos will be a nice comfy character for full autos, but that's about it. I thought it's recommended to go till Spark usually. It's recommended to go to Spark if it's worth doing so. In general, I don't recommend pulling unless you have a Spark. But if we, all right, put it this way, right? In my position, let's say I'm pulling on this banner. Let's pretend I'm going in with a Spark in mind to get Paler. But then I get Paler on my 20th pull, right? 20 rolls, so 2 temples. Then I'm bailing immediately. There's no reason for me to finish the Spark, right? Does that make sense? So it entirely depends on what your goal in sparking is and when you get the thing that you want. Sometimes you won't get it till the end, and that's why you go in with 300 in hand. I need advice. Hello, Raya. I'm on Knickknack Academy. When they asked me to clear Arcarum, but my team is not strong enough. Is there any way to get stronger without pulling new units? Yeah, probably improving your grid. Improving your grid, improving your guidebooks if you're in Sandbox too. Guidebooks give you a lot of power. So they're in Sandbox, there's missions. As you do those missions, you get stronger. Hello, Kermit. Any chance Corva comes up because of Pela? I don't see it. Let me just check her kit, but yeah, I don't really see it. I mean, maybe just for fun full autos, but that's about it. I mean, Corva at her core is a support character, so yeah. And a convoy. That being said, happy. I would say like the newer you are, it's much more beneficial to finish a spark because you'll just get more SSRs along the way, and you get the 1 extra, which adds up, especially when you can pick a grand at the end. Context matters though. Okay, that's all done. Let's do our standard Baha. Congratulations, Jason. Reminder chat, no gacha pulls in chat, please. I think it'd be worth for me to do it, yeah. If you got both seasonals, then yeah, you pick a grand. You wouldn't be ready for summer Makura? Perhaps next year. We'll have to see. Next year, trust. Thank you for the follow. Just got back from the new Spider-Man. It was pretty good. I enjoyed the new Spider-Man a lot, yeah. You're perfectly happy with Valen Bunny? How do you build your team when it comes to solo content where enemies can't die in 2 to 3 turns and you can't ask another player? Is it just brute force or need some kind of healing? Basically you just get stronger over time. You'll get HP, you'll get damage. Some teams might have a form of healing, other teams might not. With the infinite trials, when are we getting the super FA optimization testing stream? I want to do wiki stuff. I actually wanted to chat with you and Omikin and Wyvern if we're all in the same room at the same time at some point. Sorry, my goldfish is drowning. Have you read Wyvern's test page for the Hexa thing? No. Take a look at it. I'll give my thoughts afterwards, but yeah. Have you ever run out of materials to open raid rooms when you first play? How do you stock it efficiently? There are some materials that you have to go out of your way to farm, but usually you just open and you just get them from playing the game. Ismail. You think that's your next illustrious, but not until the day that I stone busted and Raphael. You want to pull? What's stopping you, Raya? Not enough pools, oh, I see. Can't do solo Nihui anyways. Also, just wanting to pull for the sake of pulling, not actually wanting anything. You definitely wait then. Before we know it, it's gonna be Halloween. Give Rye the game with simulator. Do you want the game with simulator? The who what now? God, game with website's so bad. Where is it? I can't find it. I don't know where it is. If you guys have it, link it in chat. I don't see it. Six be 9.5 or 9.6. Cajun's got it. Oh, there you go. Let me see. I think they'll go 9.6. I don't think they'll go 9.5. I think they'll go 9.6. I realize you guys can't see anything. I think they'll go 9.6. Here we go, chat. Wows. Vesusia. Tico. What gun is that? Cassiopeia. Tiamat. Isn't that Manamel? Which one's that? That is Manamel, right? Why the fuck is Halloween Manamel in the banner? Wow, Harmonia. Destiny Knuckles. I think this is simply a sign I should not be pulling. KMR special so far. You gotta spark the tire weapon, you can't. Wows. Yeah, Chad, I don't know, it seems bad. But maybe we used up all our bad luck, right? Right? That's how it works, I think. What am I wanting from the story event? Do we even know what the story event's about? No, yeah. No clue this month. What is this bad luck? Is that like a celebrity or something? Kuro is so lucky that they don't know what bad luck is, chat. Get them. Ismail, so I watched your video about monthly shop about Skyleap. Can I open my Steam account using Skyleap browser? Yep, you can. You just go to steam.grambluefantasy.com. And then you log in using your Steam. We can play Water as Light now because we have Europa Vadra Pela. Holy. I once talked about my bad luck during the Aura banner and got timed out because of Salt. Instantly left. What did you say? Is saying I didn't get Aura in 300 pulls considered Salt. No, I would say that's not Salt. But is that all you said? You didn't say, hey, I got this, but I didn't get Aura in 300 pulls? Like if you truly just said I didn't get Aura in 300 pulls and that was it, then yeah, that wasn't very fair. But if it was, hey, I got Zeta, but I didn't get Aura in 300, then yeah, that's deserved. Probably someone who didn't read your message fully in that case. But that being said, I don't know the international Grand Blue Fantasy International's rules. Maybe just mentioning pulls at all is not okay. I don't know. I wouldn't blame them if that's the case, because yeah, there's a reason I have a no gacha rule here as well. Any chance you'll make content for what you would do if you had to start all over? No, I don't think so. I feel like that would really change depending on what content and stuff is available too. I keep forgetting I have certain characters before setting up teams for raids. What does Light need? The Light really wants Deathstrike. That's what they want. I think Light players want to kick Mugen so badly. I don't blame them. Haven't they already? I think some teams have, yeah. Mugen's already out. We're currently using Falsehood. Well, there you go. Is it important to have a normal attack team for Wind and Dirt? I have 0 characters for that, but solid HL characters for Guild War, I guess. Undecided if I should work towards like Primal. What would you say the requirements? A Steam launch player? I would say it's way too early to be thinking about Primal and things like that, nor about normal attack teams or things like that. Your goal right now is just sparking on good quality banners and building up your SSR pool. Jumping into Primal early is just gonna be a headache, and it's gonna be worse than just farming a Magna Grid and using that. And on the wiki, we have the advanced grids page where we go over primal weapons and things like that, if you really do want to know. But it's less about importance of having an NA team or things like that. It's more that the game facilitates different types of playstyles, and different playstyles are better in different situations. That's really what it is. Will Summer Paler be sparkable again? Summer Paler will be sparkable again, but not on 6%. What's the next best way or time to get her if I don't get her this time? The next best time to get her would be with your anniversary ticket, which is a paid promotion. Equivalent to about 3,000 yen. Could you give me advice about raids as a new player? I think I'm in this raid with the wrong team, by the way. But could you give me advice about raids as a new player? Do you just open every room every day, spend attempts, or is there any notes to take? You host pretty much whatever you need, whatever is good for you at the time. As a newer player, that's generally going to be like your Omega raids. It's going to be this tab here. It's going to be this tab here. Probably this tab is good too. And then once you finish zeros, you're starting to look at doing something like this. I do recommend hosting your gold bar raids. once you get access to them. And the gold bar raids are Wings of Terror Impossible, this one, and Imperial Ascension Impossible, the top and bottom ones. Hosting that every day will be important in the long run. You skipped 1-star raids, to be honest. There's the wonder attached to them, and you want to get the skips as soon as you can. And they also give you quartz and weapon stones in the long run, so I think it's still worth doing them. Do we have a resource calculator for boxing events? Like how many tokens? Maybe there's one out there somewhere, but pretty much the number you want for 20 boxes is 41,000. You should only consider investing into Primal if you really like the element and you want more out of it while having already a decent foundation in characters and summons. I think that last part is the most important, what Cajun said. If you already have a decent foundation in characters and summons. Yeah, at no point in game progression is investing in Primal grids required, and doing so half-heartedly or without understanding what's needed for those grids will leave you performing worse than farmable grids. Yep. Oh, it looks like Cajun has a tool there. What is a gold bar raid? The 2 raids that I mentioned. What do they drop? A gold bar? What's the catch? I don't understand what you mean by what the catch is. They drop the gold bars. I'm getting a call, sec. One sec, chat. Primal Dark with Erish is going to get you nowhere if your best Dark characters are Fidel Lichnaro. Yep. I don't really think this is as true as it reads face value. Farmable weapons are sometimes favored, but they usually contain certain gacha weapons and highly invested summons. Magna performs better than Primal in certain setups sometimes. Yeah, I do agree with Cajun. While true, it is very misleading, I think. Let me check this. Where are we up to? Got M3s, dragons. We can probably start with dragons. Oh, wait, no, let me do this one first. That's a lot less true because of destroyer requirement. The 280%? The only exception, I think, is water Ogi before Sylvia. Magna water Ogi before Sylvia was better in Magna? I don't think so. Hades can't do what Celeste can with Enmity. I think we're sort of missing what Cajun said. Cajun was basically saying it's somewhat misleading because those Magna grids will have gacha weapons and things like that in the first place. Like, obviously there's still Magna grids, but in this context, it makes it seem like, hey, free-to-play grids are better, like sometimes better than primal grids or gacha weapon grids. But the Magna weapon grids will have gacha weapons in them also. So it's inherently a little misleading, and I agree with that. Magna was better than Primal because of the sentence difference. Okay, so I know sentence / glory or whatever it is better on Magna side, but like, are we really saying that prior to Sylvia that you would like Primal Water Ogi is worse than Magna Water Ogi? That's yeah. It tastes like hard. Are we being for real? Didn't Primal have Vidal float? Vidal float's not even part of this conversation. Yes, the modify itself, the specific, I have to look up whether it's sentence or glory. The specific modifier might be better in Magna. That does not mean Magna grids as a whole were better than Primal grids pre-Sylvia. That is an insane statement to say, I'm sorry. Hi, 2 questions. Wiki states that you get around 4 to 5 sparks per year. In your experience, is that accurate? Also, is there such thing as a mandatory banner to pull on, such as New Year's or seasonal? 4 to 5 years, is that accurate? In my experience, I spark more, but I also spend money on the game. However, let me link you a spreadsheet. So this spreadsheet goes into how many rolls you get in a year. This is assuming no prior like bank of sources or something. It's like only the new stuff that's introduced. And for example, in 2025, it was 1600 rolls, right? If you got like all the sources. So that is 5 sparks plus change there. This is not including discounted banners, which happen during roulette, so March and December. So if you're sparking on them, that you'll get even more sparks. So 4 to 5 is actually a very conservative estimate, right? Four sparks is sort of assuming that, hey, you didn't actually play the game too much. You're just doing what I would call the bare minimum. Bare minimum's not really fair to say either. Let me link this in YouTube too. It's like, basically you can read on the first page. On the first page, it says like, hey, this list is including some things and excluding some things in personal versus this banner, or versus the other column. But essentially, yeah. Like personal, you can assume as like the P column here from Misako's sheet. You can assume this as like, hey, if you farmed everything that they release, sort of, right? If you farm everything that they release new content, then it's 1600 pulls. Last year, that's what we got. If you did like only 4 boxes in every month, if you did like not the best in Guild War or things like that, then it'll be somewhere between 1300 and 1600. That's what you can consider this as. So even on the low ends, you get more than 4 sparks a year. And yeah, none of this includes roulette. So is 4 to 5 sparks accurate? Yes, in fact, I would say it's more than that. And then, is there such thing as a mandatory banner? I would say the one banner you should always try to save a spark for is the New Year's banner. Assuming that there is a very strong summon on there. That's the one banner I would recommend sparking on. Because that new summon will never be raid up, and it's also not sparkable on that banner. That being said, sometimes that new summon is a bit of a stinker. It's rare, but it can happen, so it's not always. So you would wait for the banner to release, see if it's a good summon, and then you would go in. Generally, it has a Zodiac as well. We don't know what's going to happen this year because Zodiacs like have ended now, so we don't know if they're introducing something new. So it's a nice chance to get the Zodiac and not have to worry about it for the rest of the year. And then after that, I would say like seasonal banners are good. But whether those are like good to spark on entirely depends on what is on the seasonal banner. I would say the newer you are, the all Zodiac banner is better as well. And when I say newer, I just mean if you don't have too many annual Zodiacs. The March leg part 1 banner with all the Zodiacs, there's a really good chance to get a couple Zodiacs. So when I was newer to the game and I didn't have a lot of Zodiacs, that banner would be a banner I would save for. That banner also has a discount, a roulette discount. So yeah. Aren't the Buddhas replacements to Zodiacs? We don't know. Maybe. We don't know what they're doing. Is there some secret I'm missing for Nihui to make a raid die? You have to pray. Yeah, I don't think Buddhas will be the replacement when we have Buddha Baija as a grand already. Yeah, Baija's already broken the rules, so... Is this from Tales of Abyss anime? I don't know. Could Zodiac Transcendence be a possibility? I don't think so. I mean, why would that be on a gacha banner though? Think about that, right? But no, I don't see that at all. And a source. Use Spark. Good luck. Good night, chat room. Bye, Suplip. They released new versions of Zodiacs, but Anilla isn't fine because Side Games hates us. Did they say that they're making Revens 18 man? I don't recall this at all. No, I don't believe that's ever been said. Also, they come up with some excuse to skip Kovira. Why do you hurt Captain like that as well? Is Vasaraga going to be my New Year's Uggo Grand in October? Your New Year's Uggo Grand in October. New Year? Okay, your sentence is hurting my brain. I'm simply a speaker for Psy Games' decision. Oh, your new Grand in October. I do think if Vasaraga gets a Grand, he's dark, right? I think so. Like, to me, it makes sense for them to do their OG elements, I guess. Although, would Bea be... Would you guys put Bea in dark? Or a different element? Let's assume a world where Bea gets a Grand. Where would we put Bea? What was she in Relink again? She was water in Relink, right? But Relink elements, I think, matter very little. Bea is originally dark. Her SR version's Earth. She does have an Earth version. I could see Bea being Earth. I can see Vasaraga dark. Zeta's obviously already fire. Bea dirt. Oh, but Eustace is dirt too, no? Although his FLB went to dark. I don't know, maybe there are just some overlaps. Maybe they just do overlaps. Why wouldn't relink elements matter? Because they have gone on record to say that relink elements were an afterthought. It's like legit a line they've said. It's like, hey, we didn't choose the characters based off elements. It's more like the elements were given to characters to balance them out. Something they've actually just outright said. Wind can take useless. Lance and Vayne have only gotten wind and water ults. I'll take Vasaraga. I think Vasaraga will look different. I think so. There's no way he gets the same armor. Lance and Vayne is literally a fire unit. Yeah, I don't know what chat's talking about. I'm just reading comments now. It's an odd thing to say considering they made an effort to put everyone in their correct element in Relink. I mean, I don't think so. When we have Bea water and Eustace wind, right? Do we really consider that correct? I don't know. I personally wouldn't call that correct. I'm not saying it's not correct, but I think like I don't think there is a correctness here. Rosetta's dark as well, yeah. Rosetta's dark. Charlotte's light. Yoda's wind. Rosetta's raid is dark. Rose Queen is wind. Rose Queen is wind, yeah. She has a dark phase, but she's wind. Yeah, but saying she isn't dark in this is odd. Okay, so... Okay, I mean, regardless of this, you mentioned that Relink, they went to efforts to put them in their correct element. So you're saying Rosetta is more dark than wind? Like, put it this way, like Rosetta Rosetta is so wind coded that the original person who made the wiki mistakenly put her as wind when she's a dark character. Like, I think that's how much Rosetta being wind is ingrained in people's minds. So I think it's a little odd to say dark is a correct element here. And I think there's plenty of other examples. Yoda's base version is water, right? I don't think even his R version is wind. Yeah, water, water. Only his second ult was wind. And he's water in Relink. Sorry, he's wind in Relink, not water. Charlotte, let's have a look. I know Charlotte's SSR has a light. Her Halloween and light versions are light. But her OG version is water. She has 2 water ults and 2 wind ults. And 2 light ults. Her grand version is wind. I don't know. I don't know what you count as correct there. But basically what I'm trying to say is that Relink mostly did not care for elements for characters where whenever it fit whatever they wanted, they didn't really care for it, is what I'm trying to say. Right? Like, obviously they kept Seati in wind, they kept Song in light, they kept Fidel in dark. But when it's like ambiguous or they need a character to be dark, they're just gonna chuck Rosetta in dark. They're just gonna chuck Bea in water. What I say is correct. Oh, my bad, chat. Of course. It's correct when I say it, but incorrect when you say it. It's simple. Oh, my bad. Do you know if Halloween Vajra will be sparkable on a 6% banner this year? Do I know for sure? No. But last year, based off last year, yes, there will be. Halloween is the only banner where you can... Halloween is the only season where you can spark old seasonals on 6%. This is assuming that they, you know, do the same thing as last year and the years before. So based off the knowledge we have right now, the answer is yes, you will be able to spark Halloween Vajra on 6%. But obviously, I don't know if side games will change that. Do they usually announce when they take away recap banners? For the summer one, they did. For Valentine's, they did not. And so your guess is as good as mine. They would have to give advance warning. I mean, once again, they didn't for Valentine's. I never found it weird to have her in dark because her raid is dark. And she has a super old dark unit, older than her grand. And I've been thinking that Bea is a water grand anyways. I see. We'll just move on. Bea has blue armor. Do not get me started, chat. Society units all have a water altar anyways. Let's move on, please. No, please get started. I have like 5 hours to kill. Dark is the most balanced Ellie. I think it should get buffs. Says Kay says I agree. What the hell? Why is leveling for Eternals for Transcendence so unbearable? They take a lot of experience. You'll get there, you'll get there. My element couldn't 2+1 and M150 like the red one, so it's clearly worse. And speaking of meta things, I've had, I think, 3 or so comments saying that 6 was made for Solomonis on my video. Unfortunate. 6 was made to be a skin. Okay, I gotta mute, says Cajun. I didn't bother responding. 6 was made for M3 Levy full autos? I don't think so. No, 6 was just meant to be an okay full auto character. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Why do people have main element teams that they focus on? Is it not good to farm for all elements? No, you want to farm for all elements. So the term main is a bit of a misnomer, and honestly, I think the term main is often being used by people who are far too early in the game to be deciding things like that in the first place. But yeah, no, Granblue is a game where you are designed to build all 6 elements. When someone says they're maining an element, it usually means that they prioritize their gacha resources or like farmable resources into things for that element. That's usually what it means. And when you are given the choice to choose an element, like in these raids, you can bring any element to this raid. Then you might be choosing that particular element. Yeah, it is a bad term because main implies that you don't do anything else, right? But yeah, it is what it is. Another misleading term. But alas. I see, that makes more sense, yeah. But I will say, like, I'm seeing this more recently, and it's because we've had the Steam launch earlier this year, so we've had a steady influx of new people. And like, I think there are people who are hyper fixating on like only doing things for that element a little too much. I think that's maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding. Like if I'm a new player, I'm trying to get everything good to have a decent foundation in all my elements. Right. So yeah. Having an element that you prioritize over others is a healthy way to help you guide you in your gacha decisions. Yeah. There's that. I didn't start focusing fire things until very recently. Yeah. Relative to my playtime, yeah. Your main prioritize element isn't a strict thing. My first far zero clear was with an element other than the one I prioritized. I would never allow that to happen. Smiley face. Should I finish Zeph so I can become Rainbow Primal? That sounds like such a pain. Hello, Nightfall. I'm Rainbow Primal, but half my grids are like a year behind. Does that count? Yeah, that's why you don't go Rainbow Primal. Bye, Chaos Lord. I don't want to go Primal in a second element, let alone all 6. Yeah. While 0 caps damage based on the amount of labor still up. If you get Lobelia, you might grab Zosimos. It looks fun. Do you think they make more money selling half anti-ticks or just not releasing one? I think not releasing one makes them more money. Yeah. I think for them to make money from releasing a half anniversary ticket would be to introduce more stronger characters than they are currently. Yeah, and it also, I think the timing is really bad too, because it comes straight after summer, which means that many people are more likely to wait out summer and just not spend money or pull or whatever, because they're like, oh, I'll just grab that character with the anniversary ticket instead. So yeah, no, I think half anniversary ticket would lose them money. Yeah, exactly. And then the select scams as well. Select scams would have less people purchasing them because people would just wait for the anniversary ticket instead. What if it didn't include summer? So formal and behind then? So the only new things on a half anniversary ticket would be Valentine's and formal? It wouldn't include formal, so it's the same anniversary ticket as March then? It would have to be the same if it was the exact same anniversary ticket. So you get 2 anniversary tickets a year. No, I think it still loses the money in the long run. Like suddenly, like, put it this way, I had a lot of people ask about older seasonals. I know for a fact that some people spark 3% here for things like Horus. None of that happens if you just can wait for anniversary ticket. Yeah, no 3% Atom sparks. Like the reason people aren't willing to wait for anniversary ticket is because it's in March, right? But if there's one in September and you're in July, it's not that big of a wait. Whereas July to March feels like a huge wait. Does 3% banners bring the brunt of the money to side games? No, I would not say that at all. What I am saying, we don't know where side games makes the brunt of the money. Firstly, we don't even know how much money Granblue makes. But psychologically speaking, you are much less likely to do X thing if there is an anniversary ticket waiting for you in September. Whether that's a scam, whether that is a spark, whether that is like any of these things, right? Summer Select scam, right? That lets you put old summers there. Why would I spend 3,000 yen for a chance at Artum and Horus when I can just pick one of them guaranteed in September? Right, it's a completely different psychological landscape when the thing that you want is like a month away versus 8 months away, right? I doubt GBF is the main moneymaker right now. Uma, we know, makes a lot. So yeah, Uma's probably the highest. Regardless, once again, nobody knows. We have no concrete information on any of this, so it's sort of a moot point for Granblue. What we do know is that Granblue is doing well enough to get 4 in-person events in Japan every year. JP has Uma Precon GBF, I believe, in that order. What makes you say that? Like it's pure speculation, right? Yeah, pure speculation, exactly. So like we have no concrete data on how much GBF makes. I think the only thing we can say definitively is that Cygames obviously cares about the Granblue IP because you don't make 2 spin-offs of a game to expand your IP if you don't have faith in said IP. I think it's GBF, Uma, and then Prickon in that order because I spend in GBF and I don't play the other 2. Prickon doesn't even have a global audience anymore, right? Okay, wait. Let me reiterate. Not a global audience, but a global market per se. It's only available in Japan. That's not to say you can't play on the Japanese client, but I would imagine that already cuts player base a lot. Whereas Scrambler is available globally. You wonder how much they made from the Illustrious ticket? The Illustrious, yeah. Probably a lot, I would imagine. GBF's player base is massive. I think we can get a rough estimate of GBF's active player base. How much of this active player base spends money, who knows, things like that. But like, yeah, look at this. From this crystal event, how much crystals did we get per day, chat? 2,000, right? It was 2,000, I believe. And we were losing like 970 mil a day. Is that correct? We'll average this out. It went from 9.1 to 9.7. We'll just say 9.5. Yeah, it's 2,000. No, it's not 1,500. Your daily login crystals were also drawn from this pool. So we'll say 950 mil divided by 2,000. So that's 475,000 accounts that are logged, that are pulling, right, from this crystal pile. How many of those are alts or seasonal players? Who knows? But I would hazard to say that the amount of people who have alts is like in the single digits, maybe like even below 1%. Like the amount of people who have alts have got to be low. The amount of people who have alts and play those alts actively enough. I was lazy, so only got 1,500. No, chat, when you log in, you got 500 crystals. When you just open the game, you literally just get 500. That pulled from the crystal pile as well, if you didn't know. Functionally, if the person is using the alt, it does the same as an active player anyways. Exactly, right? So the question here is, I would say, like, how many of these people are just logging in for the season? And that, we don't know. But roughly, we have about 475,000 people logging in daily. Obviously, during like more active periods like roulette, I assume that number goes up, like in summer, and probably outside, like in some of the more quieter months, it probably goes down. But yeah, like this is obviously a big number. Like, I think people love looking at Steam charts, right? To see like, hey, is this game alive or dead or whatever. 475k. CS2, which is the highest concurrent player base, is 585. So it's like, it's second place if we go by this. Like current is obviously different than peak and things like that, right? The current number is going to be obviously lower because that's how many people are logged in right now. Yeah, current is not daily login, but like you sort of get a scale, basically, is what I'm trying to say. If you want to see player base, you look at Guild War participation, not anymore alt. The lower ranks don't get ranked anymore. They changed that from last Guild War, I believe. Was it last Guild War or is it this upcoming Guild War? But they announced that you don't look, they announced that they're like, if you're below a certain rank, you just get given a certain tier of rewards. You don't always get ranked anymore. Compared to other gacha games, I think GBF is very seasonal friendly since a lot of crystals come in bursts. Yeah, like it's very concentrated. When you get a lot of like summer is a big influx of things. Anniversary and Christmas is obviously a big influx of things. So yeah, I can understand that. Roulette's always a great time to log in even as a seasonal player, right? So the last Guild Ball before we had the change was over 450,000, but even in our low Guild Ball times, it's 300,000, which is still pretty damn high. A lot of games would kill to get 250,000 people in a 24-hour span daily. Yeah. I don't get any draws in Hoyo games if you log in seasonally, yeah. Most modern games killed the seasonal reward scene, yeah. Yeah, I think what K18 said, like, it's sort of nuts. Like how much, like for a browser game that's this old. They gotta chase the short-term gain. Oh, the Hoyo game daily stuff. I think that's less the short-term game, and they want you to build up the habit of logging in, which is also very, very important. You mean the 50-50? 50-50 stings. How did the blue archive one go, by the way, chat? GBF is big enough that Cyber Agent features it prominently in their new investor information slides. Yeah, evolving over 12 years since 2014, launched via media mix and multi-platform expansions, yeah. It went terribly. Then they deflected with G-Ray K and PC drop. Like it's, have they adjusted anything, or is it as they announced it's going and people are just living with it now? Because I honestly think that's really bad for the gacha industry, gacha like space as a whole. Shadowverse is 10 years old. Yeah, remember Shadowverse came out during when Hearthstone was big. Think about that for a moment. Wait, what did Blue Archive do? Okay, so Blue Archive essentially changed their gacha system from a Spark system to a 50-50 system. To cut down on the fat. There's a fair amount of details which are different from a Hoyo 50-50 system, but at its core, they went from a Spark system to a 50-50 system. Like it, as far as I know, it doesn't have the scaling SSR rate of a Hoyo system. But I think Pity doesn't carry over either. Correct me if I'm wrong, Blue Archivist. I don't think Pity carries over. And then there's some other things as well. Yeah, Pity doesn't carry over. When you roll the rate up girl, it has a pop-up ad telling you to spend 3k more to buy more shards. Dear Lord. But yeah, like the fact that if Blue Archive is able to do that and keep its player base, its revenue stream, whatever, like steadily, I think that's really bad. Because it shows other companies that they can do that as well. Pity does carry over, it's just that there's permanent banner pity and limited pity. But limited doesn't carry over. Limited is the one you care about, right? Statistically, from what I recall, it was only again if you wanted one copy of unit, but if anyone wanted dupes, you were immediately scammed. I think it's dupes, or if you want it, like, because how banners work in Blue Archive, it's like, it would be like, as far as I understand, once again, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I understand, it's like as if in GBF we had Flash Gala, but within Flash Galas, there's 3 different banners, and one of them's Paler, one of them is Six, one of them is Tartman. And if I pulled Paler before Spark come out, then my Sparks resets, and then if I go to Six's banner, it's back to 0. Whereas in the old system, it would be like I Spark on the Paler banner, and then let's say on my way to 300 pulls to get the Spark, I pull Paler at like 200, then I just only need 100 rolls to finish 6. Yeah, it's like a Spark where if you get the character, then suddenly this number resets to 0. Blue Archive is a game where the 10 roll isn't complete trash, unlike Hoyo games. Yes, you have a like the SSR rate actually exists as opposed to Hoyo games. Didn't they split the banners too? The thing with dupes and BA was that you used them to star up the characters efficiently because it gave a good amount of shards. But it was very similar to Precon in that sense, right? Yeah, okay. But yeah, once again, cutting down on the fat, essentially they went from a Spark system, a pure Spark system, to a 50-50 system. Whether you agree with it personally, agree with it or not, chat, do you think the switch was a success in the eyes of Nexon? Yes. I think that's the scariest part in that case. I think it will only tell when financial reports come, right? I mean, yeah, until they just, you know, lay off like a bunch of people and say, hey, we made money, guys. It's bad when Yostar... Wait, what did Yostar say? I don't know what... Like, once again, I think like if Blue Archive is able to do it successfully from the company's point of view, it's a really bad precedent for us as consumers, for games with good gacha systems. Good gacha systems is a bit of a what's it called? Like a paradox, but you know what I mean. Oxymoron. More player-friendly gacha systems, yeah. Because Yostar handles all the PR and such for non-Korean regions of BR. Well, but how do we know Yostar said, hey, don't do this? I guess that's what I'm asking. Was it in an article? Was it somewhere? I played MapleStory for a bit. It was very predatory. I don't know if it still is. I would have to ask Ada. Hey guys, did you hear about the new Athena ult? Where is he? Have you seen Odyssey? It's long, right? Yeah. I lurked a bit in his Dark Souls. Yosta only manages JP, and also they are the publisher, not the developer. They likely knew, had an opinion, but not the final say. Yeah. No, I'm asking because I think Saito said, hey, even Yosta said it's not a good idea to do this. I'm wondering like where that info came from. Yeah, Saito said, you know it's bad when Yosta is like, hey, you should probably not do this. So I'm wondering where that statement came from. That's what I'm asking right now. Even then, Uma can have horror stories about how people's support card pulls went. Is that pulling and then not getting many SSRs? So I guess gacha system is not really good. It's just that you can save rolls to spark. It's a fine line, honestly, because if you have a system that's too friendly, then your game just dies because you don't make money and people don't spend money. So like Dragali is an unfortunate probable cause for that. FF14, the mobile, as far as I understand, was too free-to-play friendly. So like there are things like that. But yet there are also games like Azure Lane, right? And as far as I know, Azure Lane, you don't ever need to pull for characters. You just buy skins. So it pretty much operates off like a similar business model to something like Path of Exile, where Path of Exile, there are some quality of life things that you can buy, but mainly you're buying skins and cosmetics. So yeah, it's tricky. Like I'm not like gachas are predatory by design. Like they just are. So like the system and the philosophy or whatever is it's gambling, right? So there is no like what's it called, like friendly or good gacha system. But it's more about how scummy it is, I guess, at the end of the day. It's much more consumer friendly than almost every 50-50 gacha, yeah. I think obviously context matters a bit, but I've talked about 50-50 systems a lot. And yeah, they're all really, really bad. The Spark system's more reliable and simple to understand. When they have a lot of weird rules and failsafes, it starts to feel... When they have a lot of rules and failsafes, it starts to feel weird and you can't easily make the math to guarantee 2 to 3 future star characters. Yep. And that's all by design. The fact that you can't easily calculate or know what the chance is to get a character is fully by design. It's so that you spend money without realizing how much you need to spend. It's also the reason why like in the US, if you open Genshin or whatever, it says how much money you would need in a worst case scenario to get the thing you want, right? But there's a reason that doesn't exist on the other, like there's a reason that doesn't exist globally. Nikkei has the best Spark system. Nikkei's Spark system, I would say, is better than Granblue's Spark system. It is, I would say, however, balanced by the fact that the SSR rate is very, very low compared to GBF. It's like 2%, right? Or is it 3? It's either way, it's low. It's low, but I would say that is mostly counteracted by the fact that your pity always carries. However, yes, Nikkei does want dupes, and then the other thing is, in my opinion, what's worse in Nikkei is, chat, you know how in Granblue we always complain about time gates? Nikkei at its core is an idle game. The whole game is a fucking time gate. Which means whenever they throw a pack at you, which is like, hey, skip this amount of time, they get their money in other ways, basically, is what I'm trying to say as well. Skin gachas are gross too, yeah. It's 3% normally, 4% if it's a Pilgrim banner gacha, right? But recently they had a 1% banner or something. Okay. I think Limbus is one of the best gachas when discussing consumer friendliness. Yeah, Limbus, as far as I know, you can farm many characters or all characters. It sounds similar to Azure in a way, but worse than Azure. Timegate is the worst. GBF is goated by making stamina farmable, yeah. Limbus makes its money solely on IP loyalty. You don't understand how Limbus makes money. I see. Well, there you go. So it makes its money off brand loyalty. It's actually baffling. You spend money on Limbus because you want to support them. There's barely any other reason to. Project Moon's money making is based purely on its rabid fan base, I think. That's also good, but also very dangerous, right? And I think we've seen that in Limbus's history. It means that when consumers are unhappy, they have to really do a lot to try fix that. If that really is the case. And incidents like the Ishmael swimsuit things come to mind. What happened to that? I'm pretty sure a female employee got fired. They rolled over. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if the situation here, is, oh, you mean what was it? Ishmael is a female character. They released I mean, let me see. They released a swimsuit version of this character, but the swimsuit version of this character had the art of her wearing a traditional Korean swimmer's outfit. But people said it's not sexy enough and they were angry. Essentially. And basically it rallied up the censorship crowd who were saying like, hey, she was censored, you know, shit like this. And then all of this basically boiled down, and obviously like the internet being the internet sends death threats, shit like that. Basically, company caves, they say sorry, they fire the artist behind it, and they move on. But I think that's what caused, that's very, and this is what I mean by, hey, it's also very dangerous for a company to be so reliant on the community's goodwill. If that's the case. The worst thing was that they thought it was a woman that made the art, but then they found out it was a man, so they defaulted to Witch Hunter woman working there. And they Wayback Machined her Twitter to find anything political to yell at it. Yeah, like... So, yeah. That situation was a clusterfuck. It was very, 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 very bad. But yeah, if the company is so reliant on the community's relative goodwill to do things, then yeah. Situations like this, they sort of just have to bend the knee, right? Koreans and the hand gesture they flip out about. Yes, the pinching emoji. Lad stuff is still crazy. Is that over now? What is the conclusion? Like, character's just donezo, right? Is there an update? Yeah. He's still missing the game's actively being censored. They deleted a ton of main story quests. Fight is still ongoing. The game is bugged to all hell because they have to just delete things. Right. A lot of existing outfits got censored too. So much crazy gacha lawyer. You wonder if it follows Snowbreak. What's happening over there in Lads? TLDR Lads situation. They announced... So Lads is a dating simulator gacha. It is one of the only gachas really geared towards the female player base. Or rather... I mean, yes, female player base, and basically the main characters are all dudes, right? So it's all hot guys. Yeah, otome gamers. That's the better term. Otome gamers. So it's dominating charts, right? Because like it caters to a very under-saturated market of otome games. Either way, this game normally has, what is it, chat? 4 guys? 4 main guys. And you pull different versions of those guys. Recently, they announced... Oh, it's 5. 5 guys. Recently, they announced a 6th guy. And basically, people weren't happy about this new guy. Some people were saying... I think the current... what I was told was that a fair amount of the Chinese player bases were not happy because he had more Western features. Some people weren't happy because it wasn't like the character that they wanted. Basically like in Granblue where it's like saying, hey, how come Wiki gets her 5th seasonal ult and my Volder can't even get an SSR unit? Like things like that. It's like, hey, how come my favorite NPC didn't get playable? Instead, it's this random ass nobody out of nowhere, right? So things like that. And essentially there was a big backlash. There was also a big misinformation campaign, which was sort of nuts, where it seemed like people were just riling up shit for no reason. Anyways, all of this shit happens. Regular internet stuff happens. People are sending fucking like cow poop to the devs headquarters, shit like that, right? Yeah, people are worried that the new guy means that their character doesn't get more content now, you know, shit like that. And then, and then they talking about like class action lawsuits because they caused them irreparable psychological damage, you know, insane shit like that, right? And then, basically, the company folds. Company folds. They say, hey, our bad, we're not going to release the character. And then, obviously, people are also upset because there were probably a bunch of people who are like not chiming into the drama because they don't want to get into it, but they like the character. So now they're like, hey, we like this character, what the fuck? You know? And then, yeah, the whole thing about the misinformation campaign comes to light where people were just causing shit for the purposes of causing shit, you know? Yeah, it basically got very ugly. All of this happened like during the week leading up to AX as well. So at AX, there was just like an empty spot where the character was meant to be and things like that. Yeah, and they folded by also saying that, hey, we're not going to release this character and we're never releasing any new characters ever as well. We're only going to focus on these 5. So, yeah. Now, the other thing here is that this community has been in like a war with Snowbreak, right? Where essentially like, I think like basically these are obviously like hypersexualized games as well with a lot of implied sex and sexual themes. And obviously under like Chinese law, some of these things might be skirting the line or not okay. So there's also like Snowbreak is a gacha that was shut down for a couple months, I think, where they had to like get rid of a lot of these things and censor stuff. And people are not happy after the game came back online. And now that's also happening to Lads, where I think like, yeah, like they essentially sent the government agents to them and being like, hey, you got to censor this shit and, you know, things like that. When more companies learn that the louder voices are not always right. I think, I mean, look, in this situation, like, I sympathize, honestly. When you're being fucking sent bomb threats and death threats and literal animal feces to your offices, like, obviously these people are not fucking normal people who are doing this, right? But I think what is very, 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 very easily forgotten is that on the internet and social media, criticism and negativity, and I would say not necessarily positive, like informative criticism. Wait, what's the word I'm looking for? You guys know what I'm trying to say. Basically just shit talking and like nothing helpful. Pretty much is always the first thing that is like displayed. And I think what is also very easily forgotten is that it's very important to be publicly positive about things too. Right? Like for example, I will use an example that is more personal to me, right? Which is that I'm sure that many of you have used advanced grids and are like happy that it exists, right? You might have criticisms, even I have criticisms about it, but pretty much the only time advanced grids is usually talked about, I would say like 90% of the time when it's talked about, it's because when people are unhappy with it. Right? Like, I know that most people are probably happy that a resource like that exists in the GBF space. But it definitely doesn't help perception when most of the time when it's talked about, it's in a negative fashion, right? So yeah, I think it also shows, like Katie mentioned it a while ago, I think it shows the importance that it's important to be publicly like positive about things too. And it's not just vocal minority words. Back to the lads thing, yeah. And I think the going back to the lads thing, it also showed because there were a lot of people who were like happy with the new character, as far as I know, but they didn't voice that until the news came out that he was being removed. It's easy to verbalize criticisms. It's difficult to verbalize compliments when you enjoy the status quo, yeah. A lot of people came out of the woodwork for Valko, yeah. You can't just ignore negativity when it's the most public way your thing is seen as. Exactly. I mean, I think that's fair, because why would you think a main character would get removed? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, it's sort of a crazy, like, I don't think any of us here were thinking that they just delete a character. But it's like too late. The video has like a 95 dislike ratio. Yep. I think it was also dangerous for them too. Honestly, like, there's less incentive also to be the black sheep when a lot of the internet is being angry about something and then coming out in support of the opposite thing, right? Much harder in real life as well. It's why I'm surprised that they're actually going ahead with their poster boy banner next. It's not calmed down, yet they're risking it. I think it's funny that this whole thing has fucked the game up more for those people. I think the only losers here are like the people who like actually just enjoy the game, really. Most of the crazies don't view it that way, yeah. Craze fans are still finding a way to spin it on the people fighting for Valko. Yeah. Unfortunate. I don't care how much money side games makes, as long as they give me another Zodiac. Another fire Zodiac. If next fire's monkey, I'm gonna lose my mind. Back to the real topic. Did you know that Summer Paler increased the age rating for the app in the JP iOS App Store? Okay, but even Japan probably doesn't use the app too much, right? But that is funny. What did it go from to what? Like, what did it go from and what is it now? It went from 4 to 13. I see. 4, huh? 4. I will accept Halloween Snake. He's still a bit stunned by the Paler Ogi. I think the last one that was somewhat similar was like Fidel, but the pose is nowhere the same, right? If I remember right. Like, I think Fidel also has like an ass shot. Yeah. But yeah, the pose and the length of it is nowhere the same. You've never seen the full water Fidel Ogi? Like, if we're going on a scale of more sexualized, I 100% I would say Paler is more towards that end, right? Hecate? I don't remember Hecate's, I'll be honest. I'll probably remember it once I see it. I mean, this is probably gonna be a thing. No, I would say Fidel's is quote unquote worse than this. Galleon, I recall clearly. I would say currently it's like Paler, Fidel, Galleon, Hecate. What the fuck? Hecate explode, I need that. I've never seen this. Any more gems? How about Tartman reactive debuff? Where are we ranking that? You guys just have dirty minds. Is it Grand Galleon that is licking the lips? Yes. I think the skin does too. But the licking the lips is... I would not put it on the same level, basically. They need a tier list of CA animations. We'll be here for months. There's too many characters in the game. Does anyone like it? Like, it is not good. I think Omikin likes it, right? Omikin, you like it, I think. I don't even know what animation's being talked about. One sec. I'll bring it up. sorry at work. Oh, so it's not okay to bring it up at work. This one here. Omikin said, Tartman, this, and this is the animation. I'll be honest, I wouldn't have said anything about it. I don't think I would have said anything about it, and that's what I mean by your mind's as fucking dirty. Yeah, does it have sound? I don't know, I haven't listened to it with sound. Is there sound? I mean, I imagine it's a squelch or something at most. Now I need to hear the sound. Okay, there is sound. Alright, hold on. Mm-hmm. Wait, you guys don't hear anything. It's like it's nothing special. Forgot. Okay, I'm alright. Sorry, YouTube friends. That VOD is gone probably for 2 seconds. 2 seconds of music, YouTube's gone. Goodbye, YouTube VOD. You don't think you've used Ixaba in a decade? Five Eden grids. I have 5 Edens uncapped. Oh, are all of us in the same room? I think we are. Wyvern, Cajun, Echo, or Mikin. We're all here. Cajun, your goldfish is no longer drowning. You must stay. Wyvern, I had a look at your thing yesterday. My main issue is I don't know about the sustainability of this. I don't know if we can do this for 6 elements across 3 raids. My beta fish, flying fish. Isn't beta the fighting fish? Yeah, they are. My main worry is about pure sustainability. I don't know whether... I don't know if this will fall as cleanly in a different element for this character. We would ideally want to do an Eternal or an Evoker for everything here. What is this? Okay, so I think you might have missed the conversation, but essentially we were talking about sorting grids on the Hexafar and Vesusia pages for the wiki. And essentially the conversation is talking about things like better onboarding for HL raids. Because we have like the stupid icon. You know this stupid icon. I think I was talking about getting rid of the icon and more labeling setups with no destroy or whatever, or things like that. And essentially the conversation was mainly talking about the top level tabs in these, right? In the original discussion, we're talking about, I personally think that we should have just one tab for group setups and one tab for raid solos. And then we ideally get someone who is more knowledgeable in the setups to essentially order them every now and then. Because I don't think having classes at the top is sustainable. Right? What's wrong with the icon? If I didn't tell you what the icon meant, would you know what the icon means? Do we need to see old setups? Yes. Anyways, let me finish, chat. So I don't think classes at the top is very sustainable, nor do I think it's very useful, and I think it's better to organize setups here. And essentially, Wyvern was saying, hey, it'd be a good idea if we had like more of something like the team building section for burst setups for these raids. And I said, I agree. I'm just worried about the work involved. And then I asked Wyvern to make me a prototype, essentially. And this is the prototype that Wyvern came up with. And essentially, this is basically like... I read it, and it's basically a more involved guide, right? At the end of the day. It's a more involved guide with character things and character suggestions and things like that. So my biggest worry is that this is just not sustainable. I think it would, like, upon reading it, I think it would get outdated really fast. Or not really fast, but I think it would... Getting outdated is a big fear. And the fact that we would have to make essentially 18 of these. This times 6 times 3 exactly. And this isn't complete either. I do think we would have to cut things. I don't think anyone is disagreeing that this is a good idea to have. But I don't think... We just don't have the people to take on a project like this, I think. A trolley slightly off topic suggestion. You like the visual design? This is just taking off the burst setups that we already have on the wiki. This exists on the wiki. Building a burst setup, yeah. Wait, that exists? Yes. Check advanced grids. Well, Mikin and I spent months on it. Actually, it's more correct to say I spent months on it. Well, Mikin made it all pretty for me. Whenever I look for a setup, I just go to PBHL. Yeah, it's not made for you. Not sure if it would really get outdated, but I think it's applicable across all elements. I think if we made one today for Vesusia, a year from now, it would look very different. Just like how I think if we had made this on Hexa release, it would be extremely different now. And that's not even talking about the raid changes. This would only be for Hexa. Okay, that was not communicated until now. You think Hexa has some special status as the entry-level HL? I was thinking of something like this in Guild Ball where these units would help solve this kind of omen. You don't know if that table's remade. It's we add things to it every now and then. The setup from pre-Hexa to Hexa is much larger to Hexa to Far Zero. My main fear here, I'll list out my main criticisms. Okay. My main criticisms is that I think I would want this. Honestly, I think I would redesign the ordering here. I would take out the foundation entirely because I don't think there's a clean foundation for every element, firstly, if we are to do this. But yeah, if foundation had stayed, I don't think there's a good one for each element, and that one might be a gacha character, and I don't want to give the impression that you need a set gacha character, right? So, first point of criticism there. Supporting characters, I think there's too many here. I would cut this down to like 3 options maybe. And the reason is because the more you list, the more it seems like this is a complete list rather than a condensed list of a couple of examples. So there's that. I think something like this is overall useful with the characters that are listed so far. But I think more important than this is talking about like the minimum requirement to do the raid from an omen standpoint. Like for Hexa, it is clear Jinx, get through 40, clear Pearl. Right? Yeah, you have to focus on the idea rather than specifics. Exactly. So I think the moment we start listing specifics or things like that, it sort of falls apart a little bit from like a guide, quote unquote, standpoint or whatever. Just use 000 for no, I don't. Let's not talk about jokes when I'm talking about something serious, please. And then yeah, we do need something more involved here as well, and I'm worried about this being a thing here as well. And then yeah, the biggest issue here I think is the fact that this is a ton of work that will need maintaining on top of what is already probably going to be reordering setups. I personally think it's fine if these were to exist for Hexa, but I also recognize that if this exists for Hexa, people want it for other raids, which is not feasible. I do think that it's true that if you're not enmeshed in the community and you come to the wiki and look at the Hexa raid page, you'll have no idea how to approach the raid. Yeah. I personally think that comes down to examples though. If we have more examples, or at least I think a big part of that is examples. I'm sure we can do more here. And I think one part of that is like I said, talking about what your minimum role is in Hexa, which is clearing your pearl, and talking about what you can do to achieve that. I do think whether this is something suitable for the grids page versus the guide page is also up for debate, because I would argue that this is much more fitting for the guide page, but you know, most likely people are just checking the grid, to be fair. Like, I think it's fine to have like an example grid like this, but at a certain point you have to show characters as well. And we can't just have a constantly updating source of characters either. I mean, clearing Pearl you can just bot, but not sure if we want to promote that if we really are talking minimums. I brought this up a while ago. I forget the consensus. I personally don't mind having like, okay, we won't get into botting now, but I think letting people know what your base goal is in the raid is fine to do. Like, for example, if I was tasked in doing this and this was my goal, my first tab would be talking about Hex's mechanics and talking about how this is our goal. Our goal is to clear pearls. And to clear pearls, we must be able to do two other things, which is we must be able to survive 40%. And that includes surviving one Jinx Omen, right? That would be like what I talk about first. And then from there, I would say to achieve these goals, we're looking at these classes. Like, I don't think that's promoting botting per se, but it is informing people that your highest priority is clearing pearls. Nothing else really matters. It also lets people know that, hey, if I have to stop moving, then I should stop moving. But regardless, I think none of this matters if we feel like this project is basically too big for us to handle. And currently I feel like it's too big for us to handle, unless we just have more people working on this. To give context, I worked on the burst stuff solo from February. It was only published in April. And that's 6 elements. And I would say they are much, 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 much more easier to write than these. A promoted entry setup should be designed in a way that it can be contributed some amount of first, 60%, but be able to safely pivot to just sit and clear your pearl if you're still learning and fuck up. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But I also think this goes into like giving specifics. Maybe that's fine. Maybe it's not. Like in the burst sections, for example, we give like an example team building for burst, right? This can just be an example team building setup for Hexa, right? I don't know. Either way, at the end of the day, the thing I'm most worried about is the amount of work that is needed here and how much we can maintain this. That is honestly my biggest concern. I'll probably just use this for a user page guide and or a video. We can come back to this at a later date. Doesn't Rive have a pretty comprehensive Hexa guide? Yeah, but that doesn't... I mean, yes, the guide exists. But at the end of the day, whether people read the guide is an entirely different thing, and whether people know how to create a grid or whatever is a completely different thing too. Right? And I'm not expecting like people who've never made a grid by themselves to know exactly what to put in and things like that, right? Or I'm not expecting people to recognize, hey, I need more defense or I need more damage or whatever in a grid. But regardless, those are still like things that are missing, I would say. I think the Filane setup, yeah, I think this is a good example. I watched the video too. I think it's a good example. Mainly worry about other elements and yeah, once again, just how much work it is to create something like this. Is there any way to explain what to take in extended mastery perks, or would that just come with playing the game? In general, anything that gives you cap up is good. So like skill cap up, good. CA cap up, things like that. Sometimes you'll see some weird nodes that aren't usually present on the tree, like things like stamina, enmity, those are generally good to take. Hostility, I think, is usually a bait. And then in general, attack and HP nodes are good as well. Multi-attack, specifically triple attack, is usually good to take. Overwhelming majority of people who play HL do not understand the intricacies of grid building. They see a setup that others have played, or others have tested, played until they're comfortable, and then just run the same setup. Yep. I think overwhelming majority is doing very heavy lifting there. Yeah, I don't know about overwhelming majority, but yeah. People definitely know the skeleton of grid building. Yeah, and that just comes with time, right? Even copying setups you'll learn. You'll learn that, hey, Opus is in a lot of these grids. Hey, Celestial tends to be in a lot of these grids. They must be good weapons, right? Your mind will make a correlation between these. How well you know things beyond that is whether you've gone out and researched or done extra studying or whatever, but yeah. Optimizing HL grids is actually very hard. Yep, I agree. Oftentimes I swap a piece and I'm like, huh, I don't know if that's actually better or worse or the same. The number one question I get from the Vesusia guide is, can X be substituted for Y? And it's always in the same frame of mind of what X attempted to achieve. Anyways, back to this. I want to do this. I would like to do this. And I just don't know how realistic it is. And how the other elements specifically would turn out, and nor would I feel comfortable making some elements too. Like if you ask me what to put in dark, I have no idea. I don't think you should even attempt it unless you have staff to handle every element exactly. Wind water is fine. Fire would be like Frau. Pretty high execution. Earth could be Kango. Most examples use seasonals. I don't see why HL would be different. No, I think it is quite different. And I think I think I'm thinking of a way to make this more sustainable and more future-proof at the moment. And I think we're thinking about the wrong thing. I think what would be more useful here is talking about not characters or things like that. Classes is fine because everybody gets them. I think it's better to talk about, like I said, your goal in the raid, what your absolute most important thing is, in Hex's case, the Pearl. And then it would be talking about general... Essentially, it is a guide. It's just a more involved guide, basically, at the end of the day. A more involved guide, and I don't think giving any of these examples, even. I think it's better to give the skeleton of what you want to do in the raid, some example grids with no characters, or talk about like, hey, if you, like for example, I think Wyvern here talks about how Omyoji does this and Fighter does this, but the main drawback of Fighter is that you need to, move sort of fast to be able to do the 2 mil hits. So like, it can go into that, but I think it's better to give like examples of, like real examples of teams. No, I'm thinking, I'm changing my thoughts as I'm thinking about this. I think, if anything, these top sections would be more like a guide. And then like this section here would be like some hand-picked examples of things using very entry-level things. Some hand-picked examples of things using, entry-level things, and then we have a couple of them. I think that's honestly probably the best way to go here. Because the core mechanics of the raid, barring like a big hexa rebalance like that, won't change, right? So talking about, hey, your goal is to clear Pearl. To clear Pearl, you got to do these things. Throughout the raid, in this phase, watch out for this. Then, things like that, right? But like, at the end of the day, that's just the guide though, right? I think the labor involved finding 2 examples per LLE and then writing a few bullet points isn't crazy. Exactly. I think that's a much better approach here. Oh, I missed your first thing. Is it totally crazy to just annotate 1 to 2 real setup examples instead? I think that would be good alongside the like some of the examples. This is very close to what I suggested at the start, a beginner tab. That did not really come across, I think, in that case. Beginner tab can mean so many different things. Is it possible to get more people to help? I would love more help. But until someone, says, hey, I'm going to help, and then actually helps, I don't really know what else to do. Is this anything substantially different than the one I added earlier this year? It would need to be formatted much better than this, firstly, but I don't know. This is too long. I didn't read it. But beginner tab is just a few setups that are very, very easy to get into the read. You can say that about any annotated setup. I'm just saying for a beginner tab, I would want things formatted better. Sorry. Start here or something. Wait, the name of the tab can be discussed later if it goes in its own tab. Do we even need the mini guide that I was talking about? I don't think so, right? I mean, we're just talking, like, we're just revising your guide, Rev, or the wiki guide that's there at that point. It's better to revise the guide if that's needed. Yeah, I think that we leave the guide separate. I don't know. I'm apprehensive about. Maybe this comes down to the naming of the tab, but beginner tab I don't like. Start here maybe. I think you don't need to make a full raid guide on every setup, but you can say here is how this setup deals with the XYZ mechanic. If it runs through the thought process of a beginner grid, you don't really have to maintain it. I disagree, honestly. Like, put it this way, right? Let's pretend that we were making this on Hexa release. Did Hexa release have I don't know. Regardless, let's just pretend that we live in a world where in a couple months' time where Odious is just a straight upgrade over Omega. Let's just pretend that's the case, right? Then there's no reason for these grids to not be using Odious stuff. Yeah, you have to maintain everything. Watching runs with annotations is how I learn new raids, yeah. I think calling it a featured tab or something else. We already have a, personally, okay, things going through my head right now is that we already have issues of people thinking that, like, since the EWR FA page doesn't list characters that they don't have, that they can't do EWR FA, as an example. I think for HL that's much more dangerous. I mean, to be honest, HL is more strict, but basically I don't want something in this featured or beginner tab or whatever we end up calling it, and then it has examples. Let's say each one has like 2 or 3 examples, and then these examples have, like, I don't know, all of them have Hastelia for the water one, and then it's like, oh, I need Hastelia. Like, Hastelia is at least free, but then we have issues in other elements too. Like, I'm sure we'll come across things like that. Foundation and characters can be, no, stop looking. I'm taking this off the screen. That's not even being talked about at the moment. Surely they would just go look at the other setups, clueless, maybe. Learning complicated raids is painful and not many have the patience to do it. Irrelevant to our current conversation. Yeah, I think Haseli is fine, to be fair. I think scratch everything about the more guide-like stuff, I think. I think our best idea right now is to have 2 to 3 setups for each element, which use like different ideas to do the same thing, which is clear hexa. Like for example, like one of the water ones could be like your omyoji, maybe another one can be like something else using slightly different characters to give like an idea of what to do. Maybe we can make a table with characters or something. Maybe. I don't think that's a good idea, but I'm just talking about things that come to mind at the moment. And then yeah, and we would want, it doesn't need to be heavily annotated either. It can be just talking about the general idea of setups. It's like, I think more along the lines of this. More along the lines of this. It's like the idea of this particular team is to solve Jinx omens by doing this. It's to clear this by doing this. Clear this by doing this. Like, I think this is more useful. And then having that on the teams, on these selected 2 to 3 teams is better. Is this problematic for elements like Dark? I don't know. We'll get to that. But I don't think, if we're giving like 2 to 3 examples, I think it's obviously fine if we have like seasonal characters or other things like that. And then for the videos there, one would be against the free quest, like Wyvern did, and then one would be against the actual quest. I think that's our best idea. What you described is kind of what I was imagining, yeah. Let's make a wind one. And then I will probably employ the help of other people to make the other element ones as well. My opus is maxed though, so unfortunately I can't use a not maxed opus. Is that bad, chat? Am I doomed? Just use the wrong one. I love this song. I can test baby setups. No, that's not what I'm looking for anyways. I think even if the specific tab doesn't end up being a thing, having some more lightly annotated setups is valuable itself. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think at this point it comes down to what is considered reasonable versus not. Like if I'm making a... When are we doing advanced grid recording train? Is this an okay team, chat? Ignore the grid. I'm talking about the characters. Like, this isn't... I think this is fine for an example, no? Another example, can you see it, I think? I think you guys need to be realistic. Yeah, I think this is where I would check with you guys. Like, this is less about, hey, nah, that setup a newbie can't have. It's more about just realistic setups. I think you guys need to be realistic about your examples. If you do that last 10 times, I've been in co-op, the raid has exploded when none of the mechanics mattered. So telling them anything about anything other than Pearl is pointless. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, that's sort of the landscape of Hexa. And this is my main worry, which is that setups don't age well. Like, for example, I made a Kengo Hexa guide on release. Like, there's no way any of that works these days. You think Hexa's too old for this baby beginner stuff? You should have just done far. I mean, we haven't started anything. We can pivot to far if we want. Has the raid changed? The raid has changed, but it's also just the landscape. I mean, people get stronger over time. It's just a natural thing that happens. And when you get stronger, the raid dies quicker, which means the faster raid dies, the less you have to deal with its mechanics. That's basically what's happening. I'm just saying, if you do Hexa, you should keep it simple. There will always be some Higu guy that blasts the raid on his own. People will complain a bit if it'll be cuts and Esther. I think it gives people goals on what to use. Is CT 150 not usable then either? I don't think so. I think it's fine. Maybe, yeah, like, I don't think every element needs like 3 examples, but I think 2 to 3 is a sweet spot if your element can cater towards that. Essentially, at the end of the day, this is becoming a, hey, we just make a setup and we just annotate it for the wiki. And I think that's more realistic than creating like essentially like a full guide for an element. CT is more questionable than Evoco FLB if you ask me. Yeah, I would agree. What was Makotan weapons, chat? Was there Ogi in there? Skill sup is in Magna. I'll probably do skill sup. It's Glory Crux. Water weapon has Ocean Soul's Might 3. Does it scale additive or multiplicative with weapons? If it's exactly the same Ocean Soul's Might, it is additive. If it's like Water's Might, then that is multiplicative. Those would be additive, Ismail. The example you gave is additive. What'd you say? Crux. Which one's Crux? Crux is sup, right? Even if it's from a different weapon, if they It has to do with the icon. So like this weapon here, Stormworm, do you see how it has, like it's the boost type. So Omega mods scale in a different thing. If you want to know more about the math, Vasky has a good video on it. I would say it's probably a little bit further into what I would suggest, but it goes into group building. It's CA sub, yeah. Any chat guessing? No, not right now, sorry. Oh, right, it's the bloodshed weapon. Chat, what on earth does Magna Wind have for HP? Is it just Sete? It's looking like Sete. I think I would just rather more charge bar. A CC, does that give bar? The Steam players though. Learn the free quest. Otherwise it's just survive 2 minutes. Sariel? I've already put Sariel in. Yeah, the free quest is designed for people to learn, so they're probably going to start there. Okay, real question, chat. What do we think about Katura artifact? Is that a remove, or is that a, hey, you should probably have this? I mean, obviously it's not necessary. We were doing Hexa before it. I'll just put 0-star ref, whatever. I don't like this. I'll go Mark 1 revans, by the way. You're almost done, Omikin. Hang in there. Unironically, I think we're using cuts, we may as well use the weapon too. Do I like the Odious? I don't know if I like the Odious. I think it's okay. Is the HP low? I don't know. It's been years since I've run Magna. We need CA key here at the moment. I don't know if we have enough swords. I feel like we don't. Yeah, CA damage is sort of yikes. Could put Glory in Opus. That's something we could do. Glory to Siete Axis. We could do Siete Axe. I don't think that's enough raw. I think it'll be fine. I don't want to change my primal opus. I'm using Magna opus, I'm sorry. You lose so much raw doing this. Remind me to change my keys back. HP's a little low, but whatever. I got hype 4. Is this an invalid run now? Sleepy! My memorization of every raid mechanic is why Hexomino will come to me on the first raid, right? Surely your wife does not betray you. Hey, excuse me. Hollow has a free far zero. Monday Katura S2 will happen. DY, where's your HP? What? The weapon's so stinky. I think I'd honestly just rather put this in. Something like that. Is Bubs a free summon because he's available from an external game you have to pay for? Are we testing in low budget Hexa setups? Sort of, yeah. Sort of. Sorry, Rev, I'm on the verge of exploding at the moment. I don't know if I can explain. Notice how he only reads my messages. Yeah, because everything else is talking about odious and fucking omega nonsense, and I don't want to read it out loud. What's this echo? Boom, hello light. All right, so this is setup 1. Sure. Setup 2. We use different characters this time. Yeah, we can go time. I think the biggest thing is no Katura, right? I think we go with the no Katura setup. I think cuts is... I'll do a cutsless setup last, I think. Kaguya, yeah. Kaguya, Charlotte. If it can go, I think we can do Kaguya. Any 6 Sete grids, I want to avoid super Revans meme grids. Holy, what if we use Hasselia? Is Alea enough bar? I don't think so. I don't know. We'll try. Oh wait, that's my cut spot. I mean, we could try it without cuts, to be honest. I don't know if this is enough to loop. Try this cool setup. Wait a second, that's me. Am I allowed to use Mercy? That would be such a power play. This should not be a harp. I'm lazy, so I'm gonna keep it as a harp. And when we fail the omen, I'm just gonna be sad. No, whatever, just give me another gun. What position do you need to be? Second or fourth? Okay, so there's fine. I think we die here though. Dark World Harp, you know, that's probably good. Yeah, let's do Dark World Harp. Should 5-star Celestial be considered? Okay, I'll swap it. With no cuts, I'm mainly worried about survivability. Probably need more HP. We're losing a lot because we're not using the Magna Opus, to be fair. But we'll see how it goes first. We'll adjust if it doesn't work. I don't even know if we loop here, like I said. My Ogi damage. That's okay. Oh! Like I said. I think charge bar is too annoying here. I want to change this. Wait a darn second, I used my Siete button. There was an update, my Papa FA stopped. I wonder if I should just use Siete here. I don't know. Do I do 32 hits? I have no idea. Let's find out. Oh, that felt like it was loading. It's fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Should I take a break and get dinner? You should. Your HP scares me so much. It's not that bad. I think we should just do Charlotta over Alea, though. Probably lose Kaguya, I think. Oh no, we lost CT instead. Oh, I guess that should have been a blue pod character. Yeah, I think I like Charlotta here. Trying not to use another Grand though. Should we kick Kaguya? Kaguya is nice for the loop. Do you guys think Evokers will require another Everlight? I can see it, yeah. How will you feel when you inevitably see a tweet of someone sparking CAG for Hexa? Okay, maybe we kick CAG. Perhaps we kick CAG. There's no way we loop though. Hello, Fractal. It was a movie. I've seen some fun Marvel sets from CEO. I don't want to do Charlotta. Whole group of like 10 people are getting drunk reading Danganronpa. Danganronpa. Interesting. Okay, realistically though, we just need a TA here. But we also have 0 TA. There's 25%, but we still need more. The only mariachi in the tier hexagrids. It goes kinda crazy. Yeah, you can sort of do whatever you want in Hexa these days. Your friends did very well in the brackets. It's good to hear. I wish Echidna had a stronger Ogi. I think she'd be quite good. Use Hase? I don't want to use Hase unless I'm using cards. What about changing your Ultima weapon? Yeah, that's 25%. We still need another like 70% from somewhere else. Is Lapis Merit better to be farmed with Sextants, or should you just trade it with Valor Badges? What else would you get with Sextants? If you need other things than Sextants, I think what you should do is you should just compare the Valor Badge cost between them and go for the more expensive one that you need from Sextants first. Yeah, like Everlight is more expensive, but if you don't need Everlights, then obviously you don't need to grab it with Sextants. Gold bar Everlight. I don't recommend gold bars. Everlight is get as many as you need. Can you elaborate on 25%? Strife is a 25% key. So putting in Ultima's 25% TA. I need more than that. I'm just thinking at the moment. Wouldn't it be worth holding off Sextants until 150 Evoker is done? Yeah, you can. Up to you. But the existence of 150 Evokers won't really change whether you need the blue paper for Opus or whatever. Mainly just comes down to what your priority is. Maybe replace Odious with Sete. Yeah, at the end of the day, this team is weaker, so we do need more stuff. Who wants to buy me far? How much is a bowl? You know, it's funny. We're gonna do these charge attack setups, and I feel like in all of these, we're gonna need one character. It's this Esther Riola character. There's like negative raw in the grid. I hate it. Yeah, T will have enough TA. You're a little off. Might do all the Viet places close in 4 minutes. Missing Katsalia TA sucks. Say grind cuts first. What I don't like about this is like getting cuts 5 stars much more real. Like it comes sooner than CT 5 star, right? Like I would be surprised if you had CT 150 and not cuts. So maybe this setup isn't even worth pursuing anyways. Like we don't live in a world where you have where cuts doesn't exist. And that's me. You have CT but no cuts. Stop that. We didn't cancel that? Okay, I guess I'll just click CT. I thought we would have cancelled that. I think some of my Ogis aren't doing 2 mil damage. This is Omega Scuffed. I think it might be better to go Iwi Ubix actually. Hold on. What's a free-to-play element summon, chat? Is there a good one? 50%. Is it just wedges? It might be wedges. What is wedge? Yeah, I think it's wedges. Like, this should really be Magna Boost now. $24? That's so expensive. $24.25, an extra quarter as well. Katzelia, I mean not Katz, Esteriola. It's fine. You're just gonna get a donut from next door. Do you have any Maruchan? Cuts, what'd he say fuck me for? I didn't say fuck him. I was just yelling out Katz's name for no particular reason. I should have kept that. It's gonna be Fidio Luo next. Trust. Thank God. Alright. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have not confirmed whether I have TA or not. We'll be fine, surely. Alright, we're good. Does Magna do 2 mil with cuts? Yeah, extremely easily. Can my Kaguya stop eating shit? Really? Alright. Surely we do it again. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Trust. That was just loading for deal duo, trust me. Alright, we're good. One, two, three, four. What's Kaguya's damage? I'm curious. Let's watch. That's okay. Cool. One, two, three, four, five. I'm doing it. I guess I should have got it there. I don't think we survive 40. Yeah. We're gonna take too long to get through things. FC, why are we trying to sabo me? There's no shot you'll be taking 16 turns as Ogi before 40 in co-op. Yeah, like this is a fine co-op setup, right? But I think the reality is that many people will probably want to learn in the solo raid, and I get that, right? Like I understand it. And yeah, the funny thing is, in an actual setup, this will do fine. In the actual raid, I mean. What happens after skill chat? It's been too long. I don't even get to see this part of the raid these days. 10 debuffs. Okay, we're not doing 10 debuffs. Actually, we have Siete. We'll be fine. Actually, do I do enough Ogies for this? We might not. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 70%. No, that's fine. Hello, Esther. Whoa, was that Esther 4? It is. I mean, oh look, we have it. We have it. How realistic this is? I think this is very unrealistic. Like, we're talking about a person who's farmed 5 fucking setes, but doesn't have cuts. Like, that, none of this makes sense to me, but you have CAT 150. But maybe you're just time gated, I don't know. It could be, right? You just happen to do the other, like, you happen to do Esther first as well. Rev, are you still here? Yes. Is that mariachi setup doable on a budget? I don't think so, right? I think it was hitting orders, like high orders. I think it needed a lot of stuff from memory. It looks cursed, okay. Do we just go off the assumption that you have cuts then for wind? Should we do a Katsuno Esther one? Maybe that's more realistic. Ideally, you want both, but Esther, I can understand Esther being annoying. I mean, I would just change this setup then, I think, if I was doing that. Have I tried Charlotta, Kaguya, Katura? No, I'm sure that's fine though. I don't see why that doesn't work. Katsuno Esther, no Katura. Are we killing Siete? I think we're killing Siete. I think there's some reasonable merit to Katsuno S4. I think if I'm not using Katura, I'm much more inclined to not use Kats S4. I mean, obviously it's still good, but there's less reason to have it now. I feel like it's just best to do this, but without Katura. Katura is probably the hardest thing to get here, right? So I mean, we would swap Mirren for another character as well, but that's fine. Mirren's the easiest swap in all of these teams. Mirren can beat Meg, Marty, Raphael, Eustace, Alea, probably School as well. I don't think I've ever run cuts without Katura. What would I do? Chat, who's run cuts without Katura? Asalia time? Is this allowed? You would do Charlotta. Siete, I think we're vetoing Siete, right? I'm curious on this. I just want to see how this goes. What are we doing today? You know, that's a great question. When do I get to click this? I just get to click it. Do I do enough hits here? Hase is such a character. We have not calculated TA at all. That's fine. I think. Can you make an announcement? Nope, not allowed. No, of course. What's the announcement? You bought a new wallet. Congratulations for the new wallet, I guess. Why is this Hase character like this, man? I'm bringing a new pillow and blanket to work to prepare for my next overnight. I unironically should have done that. My body feels like it's about to explode. Wait, how do I do hits, chat? Do I do hits with Ogi? No! That's fine. $10. Oh, it's not fine. I forgot failing Jinx does this. No, get me out. Get me out. I go pick up my pizza. Smell you later. She thinks she's Gary Oak. My Kaguya had 70% hit to defense. Why did she even have that? I was for Vasusi, I remember. I thought these were budget setups, not shoot yourself in the foot setups. This setup is too unrealistic. Is that so? Is this one setup enough? This one's meme. I'm not doing this one. I'm trying to think what would be like a helpful alternative setup, and it's really just no Katora, right? Echo, what do you think? I know you mentioned cuts no 4, but I don't know. I think having 4 is like a reasonable expectation here. Maybe we just do this and kick the Esther. You think having 1 is reasonable? So we can try something like that. I don't know how we do 2 mil though. I don't think we do. One, two. Cargo is annoying to calculate. Is cuts not enough? I don't know how many cuts does for the last one. But I think we can set up for it. Should be okay. It's close, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we need more. They don't do 11 here. I don't have Grimney. I guess I can't play this raid. Okay, maybe we didn't need the Alea. Gorgio. No one's doing Gorgio. I have to save this for the Jinx, I think. Waiting at Jinx Omen is an option. I mean, that's what I would have done if I was in an actual pub with this, yeah. I mean, pubs are easier than the solo raid. You're off to bed? Good night. Nine stacks. Oh, debuff damping. Annoying. If we got Dispel on any of these, we were fucked, right? We have no way to Dispel on this team. This doesn't Dispel, right? This is Delay. Yeah. Maybe we'd swap Alea for... I'm trying to avoid Charlotte, but Charlotte is the best here. You can guard it. You can guard it, but then you lose FC. We didn't do 20 mil, really? Alright, whatever. I think as a proof of concept it's fine. I don't like the grid though. Missed, no. I needed it for debuffs. I just needed to move faster there. I mean, to be honest, we probably would have killed without the debuff turn, or could have killed on the debuff turn, so. I mean, like, if you got to here, then you're fine, honestly, but. When are you making Odious? Odious was Crocs, I think, right? Is that TA? Stamina TA healing him? Odious is probably good here. Not much. I would be a little worried about Cut's damage, but maybe having one harp is enough or something. I don't know. Regardless, I think we have to account for some dispels, I think. Do we really have to do Charlotta? I don't want to do another Grand. Who's another permanent that we can use? I don't want to do Megmati. Megmati would be very good here. And Bubs, yeah. I'm trying not to use Providence Summons. RF for Bubs. I don't think we have the bargain for RF. Am I trying to do no CAT? Yeah, I think CAT is a bit too much. I think Charlotte or Raphael. I can move a Dispel here. +1, we need 2 more. That would be... I mean, Charlotte wouldn't even be enough for that, to be honest. What about Cuts Up? Oh yeah, there should be Cuts Up. I mean, that doesn't... This isn't the thing we're looking for at the moment, though. But yeah. I just forgot to swap that. Freya? What on earth does this guy do? Holy... Sure. Get his EMP. I already have it. We have double boost to charge bar gain. Oh, I forgot to put the spell on MC. Whatever. Don't worry, Freya can cast the spell 3 times. Don't mind, don't mind. Okay, so missing a layer means MC doesn't get 100% bar. Unfortunate. That is a slight issue if I need to click a bar gain skill every turn, but we'll see. What are you doing? What, am I not allowed to use Freya? I feel like it's overkill, and you're missing Kaguya's point here. Kaguya isn't here for defense or damage. Kaguya is here because she helps us loop. That's her sole purpose in life at the moment. Like this turn you see here, will be Ogi here because of Kaguya. We didn't even need Nobio there. That's so close. I need skill cap on her. I don't think Frey gets anywhere close. Nope. 11 hits. I don't think we do this. Let's see. I have no idea. I don't think we do 10 hits. No, we do 10 hits. I hate cuts math. Wait, my cut isn't hitting 2 mil. Goddamn Galleon stacks, man. That was unfortunate RNG too. I think once we adjust the grid here, we're fine. Goodbye. I want to go back to tier grid a little bit. How many setes do I normally run? Do I normally run 0? I don't run setes usually. How do you get TA? Frey has TA. So the only person we really have to worry about is cuts. And Kagwe has TA too. You get TA by praying now? Nah. Now we have other sources of TA now. In a pub, you realistically only need tier 1s. Yeah, I would agree with that. And the Saber.
Saber AG just subscribed with Prime. Burnt corn dog Sardi.
You got a burnt corn dog? Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Did you burn it? Perhaps. Thank you for the 30 months. $5.6 million, Kent. You have to go, but it's been fun. Think I'll refine the water setup a bit. Could do a second setup if that's needed. I think having 2 setups with somewhat different characters is fine. I think like keeping Hasali is okay. Thanks for hanging out, Wyvern. Yeah, brainstorming for Dark. I don't have anything better than Oro Rei Yamato for deal. Are summer characters usually just better than the rest? No, I wouldn't say that. But seasonal characters um are generally just much harder to get. Really? Fated Chain now? Debuff 10 times. Do you do this? Good luck, team. No, we only do one more. No! We're off by one. I wanted to save Fated Chain for the next one. Now we needed Frey to be at max to do more there. Maybe should have saved that for the next one. $11 stacks. That's just a reset, I think. No. I don't think this grid was better. I think it was worse. Hello, Samuel. In a grid with no Magna modifiers, the Magna Opus would go very well here. Smiley face. Just saying. I will go Primal. The attempt to gimp myself. Just use Draconic so you still get aura boosted HP. We lose out on skill cap. I think that's not big. You don't need Lucy. Probably not. I'll save that button. Hello, Pedro. How's it going? Yo, this guy lied. He said he would only be here Saturday evening. Pedro's welcome either way. Can you call him by his preferred name, Bidoof? Sure, I can do that. We'll get Galleon next turn that we can't cancel. Right? I'm pretty sure. Unless we happen to push here. Oh, nope. Thank God. Nope. Please don't. I made this account when I was 12. Yeah, what Omikin said munching. Use 2 for HL as well. Does he know you can just make a new account? I think it's possible that he might not know. But then he won't be subbed to PewDiePie for 10 years. It's a joke, chat. I'd rather die on my knees with a cringe username than live in pride with a decent one. How poetic. Holy Freya. Can my MC survive this? Holy. I should have clicked for his stuff first, I forgot. How creeping girls front lines soon? Why are you jamming for that? Easy FA life. Oh, I see. I was in views. Dibs that character, by the way, this one here. Mute for YouTube? Oh, okay. Sorry, YouTube. Knock knock. Otis. And do I take a shower and come back to that? What's wrong with that? Yeah, I think we do something like this and this. I think that's fine. Thoughts? Let me go pee and get some water. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Have we quitted Fire Emblems yet? In the dumpster with Procopia and Kirby? That's what he gets for doing Golden Deer. I wanted to do some wiki stuff. You want to do it for me instead, Omikin? Sure, if you want to make 300 coil bound booklets by 8 AM tomorrow, I hope you're getting like Omega paid for this. No, they're getting odious paid. odious paid. Is that a +2 or -2, chat? That's a +2. I like this Bidoof guy. Chat, what did you have to do to reset this name again? I forgot. There was some crazy thing you had to do. I think Rev and Cajun told me about it. You can reset it. Yeah, it's like I try to make it more than no. I'm trying to reset it to party 5 or 6 or whatever it is. I forgot though. Was it 0? Yeah, it might have been 0. No, it's not 0. Just write party 5. No, you can't do party 5 because it's over 6 characters. Is Cajun sleeping? Oh, it is 0. Okay, you type 0 and then and there we go. It's party 4 now. That's how you do it. You type 0. Yeah, exterior was right. You type 0 and then you go off and then it's party 4 again. So yeah, chat. If you ever have a party and you want it to go back to party 2, type 0 in the name. What in the jank? That's how it goes. Time to reset. Sounds like a hack. Programming quirk seems. It's a feature. Also works with from the all party screen. You know, I might have clicked this button like maybe twice in my life. How do you change the name here? Click the I and the edit button. Ah, I see. Yep. But yeah, you can see that I just put 5 and 6 back in the day when I didn't know. Class button takes you directly to changing a class. The class button. Back here. Oh, I see. Okay. Instead of doing this and then having to click classes. Yeah, this is this classic GBF UI. Classic GBF UI right there. Yeah, I think we can do this. Should we record some runs then? I think we don't want to record. We don't want to refresh. I think, right? If we're doing this. Where are we? If you don't refresh, you hit 40 in 3 turns. No. The solo quest, not Hexa. I was confused what you were talking about. Pause. Do you guys hear me? Do you guys hear 2 of me or both of me? I think you only hear 1 of me, right? You hear 1? Okay, good. Run Baja, so I'm recording this one first. Also, do I want to run Baja in the other one? I don't know if I want to. Baja is so much better than Lucy. Yeah, sure. No, I know how much. I know that it's a lot of extra damage. I'm just thinking about sustain below 40 for the solo quest. We had 3 pods, it's probably fine. And we had a lot of what's it called? We got a lot of pots. Anyways, let's record this one first. I am lying, chat, by the way, but nobody tell anybody, okay? I'm lying that my opus is Magna 5-star with stamina. It's actually Primal Transcended 5 with stamina. Don't tell anybody, okay? But that's because Magna's better here, okay? I always thought the grids and summons were added in post. Nah, I just recorded together. Alright, let's go. Chat, we're gonna be here sitting for Ogi animations for so long. Oh. You're not refreshing. I think it's better for learning. I don't know. Can you take your try-hard skin off? It's too late. It's actually not. You want me to just reset for that one thing? You can change skins mid-fight. That's confusing. Chat, my mist is running out. Because we're not refreshing. Oh.
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
夫婦円満。バーストゲイル。仕掛けるよ。お嫁さんパワー。そこだ。はっはっマイル。はっ
日々日々踊る。
もうそれ。幸せのドーン。共同作業だね。テンペストブレード。ライジングソード。テンペストブレード。ライジングソード。テンペストブレード。ライジングソード。桜花大福。逃がしませんよ。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
夫婦円満。夫婦円満。バーストゲイル。
I seem to be missing some charge, but
一連卓上だよ。ライジングソード。弱きを助け強きをくじか。逃がしませんよ。テンペストブレード。
hello Lapras. You can almost make this mini team. It's very flexible.
逃がしませんよ。桜花大福。
I don't think we're clearing this, by the
逃が
way.
しませんよ。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
夫婦円満。バーストゲイル。
And we did.
幸せのドーン。ライジングソード。観念してください。
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。耳を澄ませ。
We have to hold Katura here because we need it for 50.
ライジングソード。桜花大福。逃がしませんよ。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
夫婦円満。バーストゲイル。共同作業だね。テンペストブレード。ライジングソード。テンペストブレード。ライジングソード。テンペストブレード。ライジングソード。桜花大福。逃がしませんよ。
こ この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
夫婦円満、夫婦円満、バーストゲイル、
ウスブート。
仕掛けるよ。
イラキスモルゲネアンウテブスアフウレイ。
観念してください。手合わせ願います。幸せのドーン、一連卓勝だよ。テンペストブレード、ライジングソード、桜花大福、逃がしませんよ。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
夫婦円満、バーストゲイル、共同作業だね。テンペストブレード、ライジングソード、テンペストブレード、
You're missing the slot 3 character. Oh, Katsulia. Katsulia is important, yeah.
ライジングソード、桜花大福、逃がしませんよ。桜花大福、逃がしませんよ。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
Do you mean
夫婦円満、
Katura? Oh, Tico. Tico's just here to die. Die and give us a pot. Tico can be
バー
anybody.
ストゲイル、
Yeah, Tico's honestly whatever.
王子様と一緒なら。テンペストブレード、ライジングソード、桜花大福、逃がしませんよ。
ひびひびひび。
さあもうエアロデトネーション、
震える風よ。
手合わせ願います。一連卓勝だよ。ここだここだ、そこ、マイルは覚悟。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
夫婦円満、テンペストブレード、ライジングソード、テンペストブレード、ライジングソード、桜花大福、逃がしませんよ。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
夫婦円満、バーストゲイル、
吹きさめ。
王子様と一緒なら幸せのドーン、共同作業だね。仕掛けるよ。ライジングソード、逃がしませんよ。
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。
活路を見出さ、助かったの。テンペストブレード、ライジングソード、テンペストブレード、ライジングソード、テンペストブレード、 ライジングソード桜花大福逃がしませんよ桜花大福逃がしませんよ
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
夫婦円満夫婦円満バーストゲイル一連卓勝だよ幸せのドーンテンペストブレード
Hello, Siva. How's it going?
桜花大福逃がしませんよ
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
夫婦円満バーストゲイル
耳を澄ませ
テンペストブレードライジングソードテンペストブレードライジングソード桜花大福逃がしませんよ
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
夫婦円満バーストゲイルはわそんな
この礼は必ず
幸せのドーン共同作業だね観念してください
無礼者めこの礼は必ず
テンペストブレードライジングソードテンペストブレードライジングソードテンペストブレードライジングソード桜花大福逃がしませんよ
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
夫婦円満夫婦円満バーストゲイル幸せのドーン一連卓勝だよ弱きを助け強きをくじく感謝ですテンペストブレードライジングソード桜花大福逃がしませんよ桜花大福逃がしませんよ
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
夫婦円満ドドーン
拍手が聞こえないようだが
There's no battle record, right? For solo quests? I don't think there is. No. Okay. Alright, let's record the other one. Is it a vid for DKDY? Maybe I might just... Yeah, I might just private it, I don't know. Actually, yeah, no, I'd probably upload it there, I don't know. I'll figure it out. And what, we want Baja for this one, we're saying. Let's get the party for this one. Nope, wrong one. The debuffs running out there was very annoying, I will say. I will say. No, it's too big. Why is it too big? Okay, there we go. Good night, Chaos. Does this work with an ENIAC grid? I think it might be better. Honestly. I don't know. I guess you lose out on the Baja. I might try an ENIAC grid for fun after this. Oh, not ENIAC, Odious, sorry, my bad. Is it dishonest if I make a fire setup that uses 3 characters I've read? What, for this newbie one? Maybe I would give some part of the grid slightly, but I think it's fine. There's nothing you can do about it. Is Frau Hauhet Mikaboshi a good team? I'm not sure. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get faded chained. Hello, John. You know, chat, my Kaguya's surviving a lot more now that we don't have the minus 70% hit to defense. What a surprise. What is every Paler showcase of Makura in it? Good character. Okay, I'm officially done. Time to pack these all up. Otso Mikin. I'm assuming you're still at work, right? I hope you get it an actual weekend soon. I have to finish and deliver them by 8 a.m. Probably. Any word on if there'll be a new Zodiac for New Year's this year? We don't know what's happening there actually. It's a mystery, it's a surprise.
すいやとなそこ
醜いあがきだ。勝利の誓いを。
目障りだ。
I should have put the fast Kengo sword on.
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。そこか。
烈風よ。
稲前。
行け行け行け。
せん。
判決を下す。
勝利の誓いを。醜いあがきだ。
Really? What's really referring to?
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。そお。
That message,
人
no.
が多い。
勝利の誓いを。醜いあがきだ。
耳を澄ませ。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。そお。
演奏会の始まりだ。
勝利の誓いを。血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。せん。血を這うがいい。血を這うがいい。醜いあがきだ。
目障りだ。
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。 争いの連鎖はここで断ち切る。
暖かい。
この音色を聞け。
月下
I
両
forgot to
乱
click Freya's stuff before I clicked the cuts
月
there.
下両乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに
目障り
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
I don't think I do this, chat.
いいねいいね。
行け。踊れ踊れ。
しばし
No, I have to go again.
判決を
Alright, I should have saved this for that trigger. I forgot about hits here. Is this a wiki comp? It will be, but I messed up. No, I have to do this again for 20 minutes. Where's the sword? Give me the damn sword. Let me switch Frey to Defense Awakening, by the way. I should probably give him an artifact as well. Anything that's better than nothing. You know what? Good enough. Yverus cameo? I'm sorry, I have to use Baha. Oh, it's still Yverus. You don't have a Levi Malice dagger? Hexa. I wonder if you could just use M3. M3 seems decent. What's this for? Omyoji? Omyoji. Yeah, and Levi M3 is decent. I think the katana was okay as well. I don't have a katana. The voices, too many sounds. Oh, this is clear. Okay, I don't think that's as good. Never mind. Alright, let's go again. Let's not mess up this time.
私が裁く。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
お力添えいたします。そなたらに加護を目障りな。月下繚乱。
I should have kept the Tiamat. I always forget it does attack down.
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに即
演奏会の始まりだ。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに即
嘘でし。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
目障りな。月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに即せい。
嘘でし。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
耳を澄ませ。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにせいせい。我らに栄光の輝きあれ。
そなたの月の光よ目障りな。
勝利の
I
誓いを
used the wrong skills there. Hopefully it's
血を這うがい
fine.
い。
Puzzles pay in the post also got the age thing.
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにせい即か。
前
行け行け日々
そこか。勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
Hello, Quan.
月下繚乱月下繚乱
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。せい。
Am I doing a challenge? No, I'm more recording something for the wiki.
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
目障り
I don't think we clear this, do we?
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
No, I don't think that's enough. No, we have to reset again.
スリーズ・ルグタンに。
I gotta stop fucking up.
せい。
It was off by 2, you think? It was close. I used my S1 earlier, and that was just a big mistake. Unfortunately. I'll go again.
Watashi
改定する。私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
そなたらに加護をお力添えいたしましょう。目障りな
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。せい。そこ。
It's almost 3 a.m. Good night.
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。そこか。
演奏会の始まりだ。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
目障りな月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに戦速おお勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
聞かせてもらおう。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにお即戦
月の光よ目障りな
MC didn't triple.
戦そこか
Yeah, just get me out. Just get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. What's MC's triple rate? Okay, it is a bit low. Fine. Fine. Fine, I'll use Freya there. Cargo should be guaranteed. 50, yeah. Cargo is guaranteed. Freya is guaranteed. Kata's guaranteed too. Alright, go again. I want to refresh so badly, chat. I think he should, to be honest. No.
改定する。私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
お力添えいたします。そなたらに看護を目障りな
I think you could refresh the filler turns. It's pretty clear how it plays out. Like this turn, there's nothing to watch technically, but I don't know. I'll just leave it.
スリーズ・ルグタンに
It's okay. I'll live.
即戦
ウソレチ。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
Like there, we could see that Lure Fidel sacked
月下繚
and
乱
got double strike. And therefore, they got double
月下
diamonds.
繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに戦即戦
面用な
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
目障り月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにそこか。
ウソルチ
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
耳を澄ませ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにせいせい。
81% unfortunate.
ウソルチ
月の光よ目障りだ。
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。
我らに栄光の輝きあれ。
この音色を聞け。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
行け踊れ行け。
スリーズ・ルグタンにそせい。
ウスブート汗も深く追う俺さ。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
Should have saved that faded chain for next time. Also, I don't do 24 hits. What am I doing, chat? What am I doing?
月下繚乱
Why did I not turn off Obi?
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
I thought I was playing RF for a moment.
スリーズ・ルグタンにせい。争いの連鎖はここで断ち切る。
It's...
私
改定する。
お力添えいたします。そなたらに加護を目障りだ。
私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
醜いあがきだ。勝利の誓いを
I don't understand VAR2, I'm sorry.
月下繚乱 月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにそおお勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに即戦。
目障り。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに即戦。
演奏会の始まりだ。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
耳を澄ませ。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに即戦。そこか。
月の光よ、目障り。
勝利の誓いを
前。
踊る日々踊る。
即戦。ルテンの光よ、ここに血を這うがいい。
Which of the light brands pair well? Nehan. I don't know if he counts Zodiacs, but Makoda.
月下繚乱。
What other brands are there?
この戦
I mean, I
慄
think
にひれ
she's
伏せ。
just a good character, so I think she'd go with a lot of characters
スリーズ・ルグタンに
in this Flash Gala banner. Are you thinking of who to spark?
争いの連鎖はここで断ち切る。
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。
我らに栄光の輝きあれ。
この音色を聞け。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
I'm able to spark one, so I want to make sure I choose the correct one. And you want to pick a light ground.
月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ
スリーズルグタンに即戦戦
Like you don't care about the other enemy grounds, you specifically want a light ground.
人が多い
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ
目障りな
Okay. I can check who's available, but the characters that come to mind are Nehan, Lucio. Cosmos is a good character, but I wouldn't say she necessarily goes well with Paylo.
スリーズルグタンに
But that being said, Nehan's a very specialized character. So, like, although he might go well with Paylo, it's only for a very specific type of team.
アースイラキフオヌエアカエキサレトモライエカラスエンサ
醜いあがきだ血を這うがいい血を這うがいい
Give me a sec, let me record this first, and then I can have a look.
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ
Okay, fully done, I'm going home, bye. Bye,
ス
Omiki.
リーズルグタンに
I thought you went home earlier, what the hell?
演奏会の始まりだ
勝利の誓いを
前いいね
日々踊る日々
戦そこか
We still don't do 30 hits? Whatever.
月が満ちたようです
醜いあがきだ
月下繚乱
How many hits was I
月下
before?
繚乱
We did a triple attack, MC
この
246.
旋律にひれ伏せ
スリーズルグタンに
12 plus 6, 18, 18 plus 3, 21, 21 plus 6, 27. Okay, we should have clicked prior to. Pretty sure that would have been enough then.
耳を澄ませ
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ
スリーズルグタンに戦 争いの連鎖がここで断ち切る。勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
目障りな。月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに戦争。
We didn't cancel? Get me out, man.
演奏会の始まりだ。
Chat, how many was that? How many was that? I need to take a break from this. Get me out. All right, let me answer your question. I don't have a main element. You're too new to be worrying about main elements. Main elements is like late game nonsense. Are we trying free quest FA? No. All right. You said. You want to make your light team. I think I'm just gonna link you my newbie tier list, Beans. Have a look at this tier list. Not all of these guys are available in Flash, some of them on Legend, so just keep that in mind. But like Zeta's here, for example. Gabriel's here, Octavia's here, Bijah's here, Cosmos and Orology are both here. You can go with who you like. Nehan for Double Strike. This sounds like a relatively new player, and I think Nehan's obviously one of the best characters in the game, but he is very, very, very specific in what he does. That's the thing. So, yeah, that's the thing. He's just harder to use, and you're probably not gonna put him in every team, because if you do, you'll probably die. Other light grinds are stinky. I think Cosmos is great. I think Lucio is good too. I thought it would help make a decent light team since I have Pela for one character slot. Yeah, no, I think you should pick Cosmos or Lucio. I would say Lucio fits better with Pela, but Cosmos is more relevant in the meta. Like, I wouldn't worry too much about team building. For now, your goal is to just pick up like good characters. Right? And no Basara. Did I forget to put Basara on the list? I guess so. Basara I would put in somewhere around here, I think. No, Makura feels better than that. I think he's better than this tier, but I don't think he really fits into this tier. I guess I would put Basara here then. Yeah, sure. I would put Basara here. Just keep in mind, this is not necessarily a meta tier list. It's just who I think is good, especially if you're newer. Basara's more for his weapon than him. I think people underestimate Basara as a character a lot. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, you can consider expanding your roster too. A new player shouldn't be sparking for weapons. Yes, in the context of this conversation, it's irrelevant what you just mentioned. That's why I'm not really interacting with it. That's why I'm sorry. I don't think Basara is better than other characters. I agree. You got burnt out grinding M3, so you missed the collab. Ah, that's unfortunate. It's okay. There's more collabs coming soon. Hello, Ode Money. How's it going? But yeah, for now, just putting like solid characters into your team beans is good. So like, don't take me saying, hey, Cosmos doesn't technically fit really well with Pela as like something bad. Cosmos is a good character. Pela's a good character. They'll be fine. Like if we're looking at synergy, strictly speaking, I would say Nehan, but like I said, Nehan is very good at one job, which is like hitting a lot of damage very quickly. But especially early on, I think like hitting a lot of damage really quickly is not really feasible because you need a lot of grid support and you also need your raids to die. So if you don't do enough damage, you're just a sitting duck at that point. So I box out quartz or cores? I don't think boxing cores is correct. My $1 million, please. Now we're going in again. I'm going in again. I've been busy with work. Hopefully work has been treating you well. Okay. Let's not mess up this time. All right, so for the last hex, I need to save one charge bar. I tried to save S1 as well. Basically, we need MC to hit max charge, but I think let me do this before I forget. It has been good, that's good. Hello, Pew Pew.
月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにおせいお
You can't get full faded chamber. Did the video do it?
人が多い。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
目障りな。
Just wanted to stop by the stream, got more free time, so I'll be watching more often again. I see. Thank you for checking in. Have a good night.
月下繚乱
Is there a reason for the odious spear? It gives good
こ
damage.
の旋律にひれ伏
It's
せ。
an unboosted grip, so
スリーズ・ルグタンに
different modifiers matter.
せいせいせい 勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにせいおそこか。
月の光よ目障りな。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
前
踊る日々踊る。
せいそこそこそこおそこか。うしぶち
ヌーンボスティ荒きしと
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに
Hello, Sin.
勝利の誓いを
前
行け行け行け。
せいおせいおせいそこか。ルテンの光を血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに
耳を澄ませ。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。その手で幕引きを。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we should be good.
スリーズルグタンに即戦。争いの連鎖はここで断ち切る。勝利の誓いを。
前いいね。
行け行け踊れ。
せんせん。
判決を下す。
醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱。
If we get 5 skills, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay,
この戦慄にひれ
that
伏
is
せ。
easy. Debuff shouldn't be too bad either. But I think we'd have 5 skills right now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. 1,
目障り。
2, 3,
私の指揮を見よ。
4.
私の指揮を見よ。この音色を聞け。
我らに栄光の輝きあれ。勝利の誓いを。醜いあがきだ。
I might be doomed if we push 50.
月下繚
I'm sort
乱。
of banking on not pushing 50 here.
月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
Okay, we should be okay.
スリーズルグタンにせん即戦。血を這うがいい。醜いあがきだ。血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱。
They don't cancel this.
月下繚乱。
It's okay.
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズルグタンに
演奏会の始まりだ。
そなた
勝利の誓いを。醜いあがきだ。
目障りだ。月下繚乱。 月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにせいせいそこか。
Okay.
争いの連鎖は勝利の誓いを。醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにせいせい。おお。
前いいねいいね。
行け行け行け。
おそうせい。
判決を下す。
勝利の誓いを。醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
Hello Tech. Primal RF has got to be better than this, right?
スリーズ・ルグタン。
No, this is the new meta setup, sorry. Everybody has to learn it now.
鉄風よ。勝利の誓いを。血を這うがいい。
耳を澄ませ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
Pretty sure it won't take like 5 tries with RF.
スリーズ・ルグタンに
To be honest, we've only reset because I want a good showcase for the wiki, not because it would have failed otherwise. In a proper run, that is.
勝利の誓いを。醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにおせい。おお。鉄風よ。
目障り
勝利の誓いを。血を這うがいい。
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。
前いいね。
日々行け日々。
そうおせい。おせい。その手で幕引きを。感謝します。
この音色を聞け。
面用な
5 energies looking nice, yeah. I think 5 energies pretty average, yeah. Good luck would be lower, bad luck would be slightly higher.
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
No! 99? Was that 99? Did I see that right?
争いの連鎖はここで断ち切る。
Whatever. I'll be fine.
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
日々行け踊る。
即戦スリーズ・ルグタンに
人が多い。
この礼は必ず。
勝利の誓いを
Probably should have just called Sariel there. I don't know.
前
Saving it for next time, I don't think it's bad.
スリーズ・ルグタンに戦戦戦
I'm a decent annoying.
争いの連鎖はここで断ち切る。勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに戦戦戦
演奏会の始まりだ。
暖かい。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに戦戦
人が多い。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
耳を澄ませ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにそこか。
Did we do 20 mil? That looked awfully close if we did. I'm gonna lose it.
しばし
ようやく眠れる。
私に任せろ。まだだ。
Bro, the raid would be dead. Do we even want free quests on the wiki? And like, this is legit harder than just joining co-op. Bro is still here. Yeah. Mop subbed. Oh. I missed it. I'm sorry, Mop. There's no alerts on the recording scene. Thank you for the 73 months. Class 0 is easy, is it? I don't know. I mean, no, the Hexa one's easy too. I'm just... I want one more charge bar summon here, but I don't have a 0-star one to use. There's not much point putting Huanglong here because in a real raid you would not be taking this many turns. Am I gonna try Resonance? What's that? Fantasy, but yeah, but what is that? A gacha? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that one. I don't know.
裁定する。私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
醜いあがきだ。勝利の誓いを。
そなたらに看護をお力添えいたします。目
There's
覚
been a few character trailers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've seen it. I remember the announcement, but I don't remember the gameplay at all.
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。おせいせい。勝利の誓いを。血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。せいそこか。勝利の誓いを。血を這うがいい。
目障りな。月下繚乱。月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。せいお
Alright, we have the Jinx Omen. This guy stopped double striking me.
争いの連鎖はここ勝利の誓いを。血を這うがいい。
Why do weapons from the missions go to your crate? This wouldn't be an issue.
月下繚乱。
You're not a crate gamer.
月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。そこか。
嘘レチ。
I'm not a crate gamer? Okay, good.
演奏会の始まりだ。
我らに栄光の輝きあれ。勝利の誓いを。血を這うがいい。
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。この音色を聞け。
月の光よ。目障りな。
I've got 3 stash tabs for Gacha SSRs like a reasonable person. Okay, alright. You've proved
月
yourself.
下繚乱。月下繚乱。
行け行け響き。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。勝利の誓いを。血を這うがいい。
My sprayer being used here. He does a couple things. Oh my god. My charge bar. Whatever. Clearly not enough. Good news, short day at work tomorrow due to the aftermath of the hurricane. Hurricanes are scary. I think that charge bar is gonna fuck us, by the way. We'll see. And yeah, Freya can click his skills every turn in a charge bar lineup. He has a lot of charge bar gain from his EMPs. Can deal with some omens on his own, like Dispel 3 times. He helps a lot for debuffs. He's usually at extremely high charge bar, like 100% after you take the turn, which also means that you'll get cut bubbles immediately. At the moment, unfortunately, because we got hit by Vivid Fire earlier, I think we don't get... Okay, my cuts had a flurry there. It's funny face. Yeah, without power most of the day, but we only get hit by the outer parts of the ring and wing. Did it mostly just turn into the ocean. I'm resetting, by the way. Like this is fine, but I'm resetting. Island formation and trade winds make it really hard to actually have landfall. Ah, okay. My mind's still refreshing. I'm losing my mind here.
改定する。私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
お力添えいたしまし。そなたらに加護を目障りな。
What a 2023 setup. Any reasons for this?
月下両乱。
It's to make it more,
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
just to add more variety of Hexa setups on the wiki.
スリーズルグタンに戦争争いの連鎖はここで断ち切る。勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
I can, but since I've lived here, only 1 of 5 have made landfall on any of the islands, and the island destroyed the hurricane due to the mountains. Ah, okay.
スリーズルグタンに戦そこか。勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下両乱。月下両乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズルグタンに
人が多い。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
Be good. Should be 9 exact.
月下
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Chambers 9,
月
yeah.
下両乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズルグタンにそこか。 勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月の光よ目障りな。いいねいいね。
行け踊る響く。
そこか。
月が満ちたようです。
Seeing Frey is kind of funny. You never thought about putting him in Ogi setups. Yeah, it's my first time like actually using him a lot. You're 1 rusted stick away from being able to get Oomph to 120 or to Baha normal turn.
月下両乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
ス フリーズルグタンに我らに栄光の輝きあれ。勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
私の指揮を見よ、私の指揮を見よ。この音色を聞け。耳を澄ませ。
New artifact drop rate seems pretty high.
月下繚乱、月下繚乱。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズルグタンに
Are you running beaks because it's unboosted? Yes. Daggers, M3 daggers not boosted is not very good.
勝利の誓いは血を這うがいい。
That was a mistake.
ルテンの光をここに。
月下繚乱、月下繚乱。
この旋律
Figure
に
out
ひれ
Hexa
伏せ。
strike. It's called Don't Stun and Wham this Galleon.
スリーズルグタンに
That's a good strat.
「勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ」
目障り。
We should be 12 exact.
月下繚乱、
Wait, no, I don't think we were 100 bar.
月下繚乱。
Is the Grimnir summon there for Hexa 40? I was always under the impression it dealt too much damage to be shielded. Yes, it is there for 40. And no, Grimnir, like, Grimnir fully blocks Hexa 40. I knew it. Go again. That one turn misplay where I just clicked Freya's buttons instead of guarding. That was a mistake. It's bad. The misplays. Am I trying giga budget teams? I am making a setup for the wiki, yeah.
Su 私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
そなたらに加護をお力添えいたしましょう。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
目障りな。
This seems a lot tighter than the other one. I mean, yeah. That's how the game works. The better characters you have, the more leeway you'll have. This one, if you make a mistake, it can be... I mean, once again, like, here's the thing. If this was a 6-man raid, none of these runs fail. It's because we're trying to hex a free quest at the moment. We're trying to kill it all the way to the end. Like, I get jinxed a moment ago, it doesn't matter. I just go to 40 and I clear my pearl anyways, right?
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ
I think the free quest is a good place to show off like how the team deals with various omens, but as for an actual clearing strat, it's very unrealistic. But I think for that reason, it's good to have one free quest clear for these example setups, and then one in the actual raid. The reason I'm not refreshing as well is so that we can actually see things a bit more clearly as well. Will Summer Paler ever return in a banner? Summer Paler will be back in a banner, but she won't be sparkable on 6% galas again.
戦慄にひれ伏せ
スリーズルグタンに即戦
人が多い
勝利の誓いを
Not until next year. I mean, once again, she's still not going to be sparkable on 6% though. But yeah, she will be in the banner, just not on 6% sparkable banners. As in, like, she won't be sparkable on 6%. She will only be sparkable on 3%.
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
スリーズルグタンに先行
演奏会の始まりだ
月の光よ
勝利の誓いを
前いいね
日々
戦祖国
月が満ちたようです
醜いあがきだ
Taylor will never ever be sparkable on 6% again. She will only be sparkable on 3% gala. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at the same time. She will only ever be sparkable on 3% regular banners in the future. You're getting a Switch 2 this week. Very nice.
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
月下両乱
I've been playing Runic religiously. It's sad. Matchmaking is the only downside.
この戦慄にひれ伏
I
せ
imagine the player base is steadily going down because, you know, it is ultimately like a one-time game, so
せいそうせい。
ウソレッチ
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
耳を澄ませ
目障りな
well, this comes down to whether MC Ogis twice. I actually don't know. They do. Calculated, I swear.
月下両乱
I think using Faded Chin there was correct, by the way.
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
Because we want to push to 60 here, we don't want to get 5 skills.
スリーズルグタンにせい。
And we had Whamgal first anyways. Unfortunate. We're gonna get 5 skills.
争いの連
Just have to eat this.
ここで立ち勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
エキソレとモライエカラスエサだ
人が多い 月下両乱月下両乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
スリーズルグタンに 勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
If only it did updates like Monster
月下
Hunter.
両乱
I mean, base railing did, and I think it's just the simple matter that Monster Hunters a way bigger player base. Or maybe something's wrong with the matchmaking, who knows? I know base railing did, I don't know if, pretty sure Endless Ragnarok fixed some of it, but it might still not be as good, who knows?
演奏会の始まりだ
目障りな
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
いいねいいねいいね
踊る行け踊る
そこせいそこか。
ネロスタルフノンエム
It had a crossplay, but I think default is crossplay
月
off.
下両乱
I wonder if default is also global matchmaking as well, or if it's regional.
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。うすぶち。いいさ家族。
そなたの輝きいかばかりか。月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに
うすぶち。
Wait.
勝利の誓いを
I thought I was into trials. I'm gonna fucking lose it, chat. I thought I was in trials. This no refresh is actually fucking messing with me. I'm just refreshing. I'm refreshing on dead terms. I'm sorry. I'm doing it. It's just a waste of my time.
私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
お力添えいたします。そなたらに加護を目障り。
Any turn with an omen, I'll watch, but.
「勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい」「オリオースアタカタオンナソコ」
目障りな。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
Okay, we don't need to do this one, right? Surely. I'm refreshing. This turn we'll watch.
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにおせん。
月の光よ 目障りな
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
前いいね。
日々日々踊れ。
せいせいせい。
聞かせてもらおう。
おじじよ。勝利の誓いを
いいね。
踊る日々行け。
そうせい。血を這うがいい。
ワクレギンエチュラウオ
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
耳を澄ませ。
目障りな
I clicked Faded Chain there for some reason.
月下繚乱月下繚乱。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンにそせい。
Is this a budget solo Hexa challenge? It's not solo Hexa.
勝利の誓いを
It's just a group Hexa setup.
前いいね。
行け日々日々。
せいそせい。
月が満ちたようです。
I want to reset. I don't know why I used Faded Chain on the Omen there. That was very dumb. It's much less tilting when we get to reset from a mistake. And we haven't spent 30 minutes in the raid. I forgot to click record, smiley face.
"私の指揮を見よ、私が裁く。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
ウルイアラ、イラキフ、アフ、アガワウ、イネト。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱月
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
月 下両乱
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい
How's the solo going? It's not a solo, it's just a group setup. It's a free quest showcase at the moment.
月下両乱
I'm just making something for the wiki.
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズルグタンに戦そこか我らに栄光の輝きあれ勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。この音色を聞け。
月の光よ目障り
Hi Jax, thank you for the sub. Sorry, there's no notification at the moment. Thank you for the 3 months.
オリオンスアトコタオンナソコ
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ
I don't think we do this.
踊る響くせんせんせんせんウスブ
I guess we do.
ヌーンボスアラキシオウォン オリオノスアトコタオンナソコ
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ
耳を澄ませ
目障りな
その手で幕引きを
I think we messed up, by the way.
オノスオン
Yep.
ミヤフオンナソコ
I didn't have Freya full chain. Is this the solo hexa quest? It is the solo hexa quest. Clicking this is essentially 6+. Usually like on average 4, so this has 10 hits by clicking this. Yeah, no, clicking this is better for hits.
Wakregin, Ejura,
お力添えいたしますそなたらに加護を目障りな
私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい
Wakregin, Ejura,
醜いあがきだ勝利の誓いを
Wakregin, Ejura,
目障りだ。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
月下繚乱、月下繚乱。
ワクレギンエチュラウオ耳を澄ませ。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱、月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに即戦。
演奏会の始まりだ。
勝利の誓いを
月の光よ、目障りだ。前
日々日々踊る。
戦戦そこか。
聞かせてもらおう。オリオネスアトコオンナソコ。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
いいね。前
踊る。日々日々
戦戦。
メロスタルフノンエム。
I should have guarded Freya there.
アトコオンナソコ。
Okay, I think.
そなたの輝き。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
Let's use MC1. Hoping, yeah, Cuts will be back for the next one. Should be okay.
月下繚乱、月下繚乱。
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに戦。
演奏会の始まりだ。
勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。
Should have done a summon that has a hit there. I guess that is a hit.
いいね。前いいね。
行け日々行け。
戦戦。
I can just tank this.
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンニ。争いの連鎖はここで断ち切る。
目障
私の指揮を見よ。私の指揮を見よ。
我らに栄光の輝きあれ。勝利の誓いを地を這うがいい。
この音色を聞け。
り月下繚乱月下繚乱
踊る日々行け。
スリーズ・ルグタンニ。おっそこか。ウソレチ。
人が多い。
勝利の誓いを地を這うがいい。
耳を澄ませ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンニ。そこか。
演奏会の始まりだ。
エキサレとモライエカラスエンサ。
地を這うがいい。醜いあがきだ。地を這うがいい。
目障り
その手で幕引きを。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンニ。
人が多い。
Need F5 the stream to skip the animation.
演奏会の始まりだ。
エラーカグイユコトオヌオリオウウクリスロスブ。
勝利の誓いを 血を這うがいい。
やだおいアゴよりそも
勝利の誓いは血を這うがいい。
耳を澄ませ。
勝利の誓いは醜いあがきだ。
目障りな。
勝利の誓いを
前いいねいいね。
日々行け。
そうせいせい。ルテンの光よここに。血を這うがいい。
エラーカグリユコとオヌオリオウウクリスロスブ
前
イマティーナドキバンガルイカンボツ。
この礼は必ず。
How long does this power last?
ウサレチ
月が満ちたようです。
One more turn, and then
いいね。
ルテンの光
you're
よ
kidding.
ここに。
目障りな。
勝利の誓いは血を這うがいい。
いいね。
日々踊れ。行け。
せいせい。そう
ウサレチ
そなたの輝きいかばかりか温かい。
この音色を聞け。休憩していろ。
Are we really gonna get 40 hitted to death here?
ダポジオリスウスブッ
This would just never happen in an actual run, man.
月が満ちたようです。
血を這うがいい。醜いあがきだ。醜いあがきだ。
やだおいアゴよりそも
勝利の誓いは醜いあがきだ。 勝利の誓いを醜いあがきだ。その手で幕引き。
この礼は必ず。
月下繚乱、月下繚乱。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。
I'm saving Baha for this turn in the future. I don't think we cancelled. No, we did.
月下繚乱、月下繚乱。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンに。戦争。
演奏会の始まりだ。
勝利の誓いを血を這うがいい。
月下繚乱、月下繚乱。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。不協和音ね。
Alright. We can be done with this accursed team. Thank the lords. Let's go. I love how we got it first try and then we tilted because we just had to watch animations for ages and then we got it finally. First try easy. Alright, we'll have to take these into actual runs. Playlist? I don't have a playlist. I just listen to whatever Spotify gives me. Unfortunately. Alright, I'm eating dinner before I do any of this though. Trying to find yesterday's stream playlist. I think I was listening to Woolworth stuff yesterday. I don't even know. Might be this. Trial. I mean, that was just free quest. Free quest is unlimited too. All right, chat. Let me grab some food. Be right back.
ってみせます。
一網打尽。
一緒に頑張ります。
手加減なしだ。手加減なしだ。はあはあ。
みんなを守ってみせます。
一網打尽。手加減なしだ。手加減なしだ。はあはあ。
みんなを守ってみせます。
一網打尽。一肌ぬ。手加減なしだ。手加減なしだ。はあはあ。
みんなを守ってみせます。
一網打尽。
Alright, I'm back. I got my food. You have to find the GBF playlist too. I think it was just the album. John. I don't think it was anything special. I'm pretty sure it was literally I was listening to the album. You got back from dinner and one heck of a rucksack at the co-op. You see Christmas Yigi putting in work. Yeah, Yigi's nice, yeah. She helps us loop in this particular team.
みんなを守ってみせます。
一網打尽。
Alright, let's watch something while we eat, chat. And then we'll join Real Hexa with those two teams. And then we'll edit the wiki for those. What can game developers do about data mining? I'm curious.
I'm Chris Wilson. Imagine you're enjoying playing your favorite online game. Its developer announces a big new update and everyone is really hyped. But just before launch, the hype vanishes. People are angry. They've somehow obtained a giant trove of raw game data exported from this update, and they don't like what they see in it. How did they get this data? Through a process called data mining. You may be wondering why I grew my beard out for this video. It's so that I can show you just how much gray hair I got having to deal with data mining over my career. In this video, I'll talk about what data mining is, how it's done, the positives and negatives for players and developers of online games, and what those developers can do about it. When you download a game onto your computer, it typically comes with all the content that may potentially be displayed as you play. This includes models, textures, sounds, numeric values, strings of text. Data mining is the process of scouring these data files to discover hidden information before it has been legitimately displayed to you while playing the game. For example, you might be able to find some unused dialogue hinting at a future quest, or the 3D model and textures of a big boss fight from that expansion. To use action RPGs as an example, players...
And so, I think data mining is sort of lame as a way to discover things. I think what data mining is very good for is things like the wiki, right? But it's lame when there's like a secret that's discovered by data mining. Like, for example, in PoE 2, we knew taming was data mined, but we didn't know if it was actually in the game. But the fact that it's data mined means that it's less of a surprise when it happens. And so that's my perspective. I think it ruins the experience a bit. Like, obviously the intention is for a secret to be a secret and not to be revealed before you reach said secret. But yeah, but I do think data mining has a place. I do think it's useful. And for example, in PoE 2, once again, the data mining website is legitimately a really good resource for information as well. Like, for example, I can just go on PoE 2 DB and be like, hey, what is the modifiers I can roll on a wand? And I can see, because this is all data mined info. Now, should this be on a wiki instead of a data mined website? Probably, yes. But having this available here is very useful, right? So, yeah. I do think this is more the work of a wiki than a data mining website, but the reality of the situation is that a data mining website is probably just going to be way faster than volunteers having to go and edit the wiki as well.
Can data mine the properties of new unique items before they are discovered. They can find the full tables of what every new player skill does at each level, or user interface strings related to new crafting options. All very useful information which may not have been provided in such comprehensive detail by the game's developers. In order to data mine a game, someone examines its data files and tries to work out what their file format is, so they can export them to a readable format and extract game assets like art or sound. If this process is difficult, they may need to decompile the game's executables to see how it is able to parse the files. Once they have the ability to export the data for the entire game, they then work out a way to calculate the changes to files that occur when an update is applied. This is then exported as a complete set of changes to the game's data that the update introduces. They can then scour it for useful information or present it on a website for other people to look at. Once this is all automated, it can occur within minutes of a new update being uploaded to the game's servers. As soon as the game update has been uploaded, and potentially days before it's playable, the community are already judging its content. If the update first appears on a test realm, this process can begin even earlier, long before it reaches the live game. By launch, the audience may feel like the update is already old news. You're probably wondering, this sounds pretty dodgy. Is it actually legal to data mine a game? Well, that's complicated, and would honestly vary depending on your local jurisdiction. Now, if you were to get legal advice, your lawyer might mention that you're breaching the game's license, where you agreed not to reverse engineer the game or extract its files. They might mention that redistributing copyrighted content infringes the publisher's rights. They may note that bypassing an access control such as encryption might breach laws such as the DMCA in the United States. But from a game developer's perspective, the practical takeaway is the same. Legal restrictions don't make downloadable information technically secret. It only takes one person to extract and publish what they find before that information spreads everywhere. They don't even need to redistribute the original assets. A written description of a boss or story event can still spoil the reveal. So, given that data mining is inevitable, is it good or bad for an online game? Let's have a look at the pros and cons. Despite being a game developer, I am the first to acknowledge there are some positives to data mining. Players get access to a whole lot of up-to-date information about the game that would otherwise be quite time-consuming to work out and keep updated. This can be really helpful for games where you need a lot of information to plan your builds. Data mining also helps players hold developers accountable to statements they have made. If there's a mistake, a miscommunication, or an inaccurate statement, it is more likely to be noticed and corrected. Data mining can also have some positive aspects for developers too. It means they don't need to have to constantly provide all this information to keep community wikis updated, because players can extract most of it themselves. It can also show developers which unreleased ideas attract interest. If players data mine some content and comment on it, the developers get an informal test of player reactions, and they can improve the content while quite reasonably pointing out that it was still a work in progress. But there are also many negatives to data mining. The big one is that it just ruins the feeling of discovery. Developers go to the effort of hiding away a bunch of cool surprises, and then data miners uncover and publish that information so that other players can plan around it. That's great for playing efficiently, but it means you're unlikely to run into anything you didn't expect. Regardless of how much of an efficient player you are, I bet your best memories in gaming were when a game actually surprised you. Live service games are designed to generate anticipation, the feeling that a new update has brought all this cool new stuff to discover. Developers really want to see a long tail of discoveries happening on social media, rather than a single info dump 5 minutes after the patch is uploaded. These days, players don't just consume the update itself, they consume weeks of predictions, teaser analysis, rumors, and community theory videos leading up to it. Another big problem is that data mined information often lacks context and can easily be misunderstood. You might data mine the properties of some new items and get an idea of how powerful they are, but not what their drop rates are or know where they came from. That's usually controlled by the server, so the client just doesn't get that information. And without the complete picture, it's easy to misjudge those items entirely. It's very common for games to include assets that are not used in the game's current version. These could potentially come from future content that is unfinished or has been abandoned, or may just be test assets that were never intended for release. These assets may confuse players because they're mixed in with all of the new finished ones, and if they're unfinished, they may raise concerns about the content looking janky. Also, if players do work out that certain content appears finished but hasn't been enabled, they may accuse the developers of holding back finished content, particularly if the game's business model involves paid DLC. So if you're a game developer working on online games, what can you do to stop players data mining those games? Well, for game logic expressed in code, it's usually easy to restrict this to only being present in server executables. But it's much harder for game assets that the client needs to display, like sound, graphics, and text. How can you keep those from being data mined? Well, it's very hard to stop it entirely, as the files we're talking about are being downloaded to the player's computer, where they are free to inspect them. Unless you're hosting the entire game client on the cloud and only streaming a video feed to the player, they're going to be able to poke around in the game's files. There are a bunch of steps you can take to limit the damage. Ideally, your production build shouldn't contain any future content, finished or not. You should keep unreleased work separated in your version control system and only merge what this update actually needs. You can automatically scrub anything that shouldn't be included before shipping the build. Automatic processes are better here because there's less chance of stuff slipping in due to human error. But what about content in this update that you want to include, but want players to discover organically rather than data mining? Some developers try to hide it with obfuscated or misleading file names and directory locations, but the data are still there, and players will probably find them pretty quickly.
I think on this note, right, like, for example, in PoE 1 launch, there was the Reap stuff was in the game files and it was data mined, but you couldn't get it. So people were like just looking for it for ages, and then they got disheartened when it didn't drop for them. So that's like a downside of data mining. And like, I would imagine that if you guys are familiar with PoE 2, recently they did something called the Martyr of the First Edict or something. Imagine if that shit was data mined. That would have been like so anticlimactic. So yeah, I'm more on the side of like discoverability and things being such a big part of the experience that overall I think data mining can be very negative. It doesn't take a lot for data mining to ruin the experience, basically, which is what I'm the most concerned with. If that thing got data mined, Khan's death would have been anticlimactic. Yeah, it would have been very boring if you knew what happened and like things like that.
Some developers, including me in a past life, have added in decoy assets so that players don't know what to believe, but that's a pretty wasteful process. Very good for trolling, though. So, if you can't really hide stuff in plain sight, what about encryption? Surely if you encrypt the asset archive, players aren't able to poke around in it to find stuff. Well, the issue is that encrypted data is only as secret as the decryption key, and if the client needs the ability to decrypt that archive in order to run the game, then it has to have the key. Steam actually does something similar to this, where games downloaded before their release date are encrypted, and that key is only given out on release day. But at this point, data mining is totally possible. In this case, the encryption only delays data mining rather than preventing it. If a player's machine must eventually display a model or play a sound, that information must eventually become accessible in some form. But what if we take this thought process one step further? There is a way to handle this that delays the data mining until players legitimately encounter the content, at which point they could just show other people anyway. I don't know of any games that use this technique, and it is a bit of work to set up, but could be really handy if you want to keep certain information away from data miners. Before we begin, I want to emphasize that this approach is only relevant for online-only games. It's not going to help you if your game needs to also be played offline. Okay, so here's the plan. The first thing you do is add an optional per-asset decryption layer to all of your asset loaders. For assets that aren't encrypted, which will be almost all of them, the loader behaves exactly as normal with no performance penalty. If an asset is encrypted, the loader has to decrypt it at runtime as it is loaded. This makes it very slightly slower to load the asset, but because you're only using it on content you want to keep really secret, it won't be noticeable in practice. The second thing you need to do is change the way your game communicates information about new entities to the player. Currently, when an item drops, your game server tells the client, hey, item type shortsword 7 with these properties just dropped on the ground. Your game loads all of the sounds, models, and descriptions for shortsword 7 and displays it to the player. Under the new system, the server would need to say, hey, item type encrypted content 42 with this decryption key here just dropped. The client can then use that key to decrypt and load the appropriate content files. When you release this update, there's a bunch of encrypted data that people just don't have the keys for. They can't data mine it. The decryption keys just haven't left your servers yet. When a player encounters a piece of secret content for the first time, they're sent the key and their client can load and display it without necessarily knowing it was encrypted. Technically, they could capture and give this decryption key to data miners, but they could also just take a screenshot or video at this point because they legitimately encountered the content and it's on their screen right now. This delays the ability to data mine an asset until the point where people have actually found it, which is exactly the point where it doesn't really need to be secret anymore. You can then keep track of which content has been discovered by the community and just decrypt it fully in a future update, if you want to slightly reduce the increased load times for those assets. It's worth noting that just downloading game assets from the server on demand has the same result, where people can't data mine stuff until it has been legitimately found. The issue with this approach, though, is that it results in significant pop-in latency. My suggested approach of having assets stored locally as usual with sensitive ones encrypted and sending the key on demand almost entirely eliminates this performance problem. In addition to these technical approaches, there are also some social things that game companies can do to help make data mining less antagonistic. If you publish official accurate mechanical data, then players will not need to extract it. If you communicate patch note changes accurately, then players will learn they don't need to go looking for what you forgot to mention. If you support clear labeling of spoilers in community discussion forums, then players who want to avoid spoilers will be able to do so. So where does all of this leave us? Data mining exists because in order for games to have secrets, they generally have to store that information on computers controlled by their players. Developers may see this data as secret, but once it's on the player's computer, expecting it to remain hidden is unrealistic. This doesn't necessarily mean that data miners are entitled to do anything they like with it. There are still legal issues, license restrictions, and ethical questions, particularly when players bypass security measures, redistribute copyrighted assets, or deliberately spoil the experience for someone else. The developers also need to design around the technical reality rather than relying entirely on secrecy. Keep unreleased content out of production builds, restrict sensitive logic to the server, publish accurate mechanical information so players have less reason to extract it themselves. When preserving a surprise really matters, you can delay giving the client access to that information until the moment the player legitimately discovers it. Developers are never going to completely stop players from data mining. What they can do is choose what really needs to stay hidden, how long it needs to stay hidden for, and whether protecting that surprise is actually worth the extra work and all this grey hair. So maybe the useful question isn't whether players can look inside the files, it's what they'll find in them when they do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and consider subscribing. Thanks very much, and I'll see you next time.
Good video. If GBF assets weren't named in such a cookie cutter way, this would be GBF, yeah. W from The Godfather as always. What do we watch? They put my boyfriend's girlfriend in Overwatch. Fucking Ludwig. Mm-hmm. We'll watch a bit of the Ludwig video while I finish my food.
I had another video that I wanted to watch. What was it called? I forget. I literally had the idea of it. What was it? Oh, Lily Pichu Overwatch. Is it a video? Oh, yeah, the Joe Bart video. That's the one I want to watch. We'll watch that after. But apparently Lily got announced as a character in Overwatch today, which is exciting. Let's take a look.
Hi everyone, my name is Lily Peach.
Wait, watch the animated video first. Is that not this? What is that? Is it this? Tough Call Demon Hero. It's this, right?
Mecha Squad, return to base. Talon invasion underway. Demon, do you copy?
Taking heavy fire!
What's our move? Demon?
Got to do something! All those people.
Captain, Rim Bridge is under attack. Civilians are at risk. Please advise.
Return to base immediately.
I'm trying to figure out which voice is Lily. I don't think we've heard it yet.
If we lose this EMP, all of Busan will be in danger.
Oh, Korean.
Get those mecha drongos on your tail and buy vendetta time to lift the bomb from their base. Then
Wait, Lily already spoke? What the fuck? Which one was Lily?
Mecha Squad, return to base.
Is it that with the accent? It's not that, right?
That's an order. Demon, where do you want us? Demon?
Mecha Squad, on me!
Wait, that's Lily?
You want us? Demon?
Mecha Squad, on me!
That's Lily Pichu. What?
Demon?
Mecha Squad, on me!
What the fuck? Am I crazy? That's Lily? I thought it was gonna be like, Mecha Squad on me. You know? I thought it was gonna be closer to her real voice.
All yours.
Turga!
Oh my god, dude, she sounds, I don't even recognize her. I genuinely don't recognize her at all.
Time to take out the trash.
Okay, wait, hold up. I kind of hear it a little bit.
Time to take out the trash.
I kind of hear it a little bit.
Tutto sta prendendo forma.
That's not her, right?
Of your insubordination, the EMP meant to protect Busan from the Guishan is now in the hands of Talon.
Okay, what the fuck is the lore of Overwatch? Sorry, it takes place on Earth. I didn't realize it took place on Earth. Like, this is Busan, South Korea? I thought it was like a made-up... What the hell were the rest of the words?
EMP meant to protect Busan from the Guishan is
What the hell is the Guishan?
now in the hands of Talon.
Who are Talon?
And we will handle that. But for today, Busan is safe. Besides, whoever's inside that thing that attacked the bridge, they'll lead us back to the Junkers. And once they're handled, we're going after Talon.
Dude, I genuinely can't hear Lily's voice. This is crazy. This is insane. Bro, she had to have had a Zin in for this shoot. It's great. It matches the character's look a lot. I feel like her voice matches the character's look. Because I feel like the character's like a mature femme fatale.
Hi everyone, my name is Lily Pichu and I voice Demon in Overwatch.
See, I recognize that voice.
Today I'm reading Growing Pains. Let's go.
It hasn't been easy for our squad since Diva left with Overwatch. We were already a small team charged.
Is it kind of like the equivalent of me being like, it hasn't been easy for our squad since Diva left Overwatch. We were already a small team.
With protecting a city of millions.
Do I sound way different? Wait. Tell me if you can recognize my voice. Tell me if you recognize my voice. It hasn't been easy for our squad since Diva left Overwatch. No, I'm not saying I don't hang out with third graders. I don't hang out with those third graders. Was that also a voice actor, maybe?
Nancy from the east. King, I need you there stat.
You got it, Demon.
I feel her absence in every maneuver. Overlord, follow his... No, we're spread too thin. Disregard last, Overlord. Take down the bombardiers.
Lily had me... I actually don't know if I'm allowed to... Ah, fuck, I don't care. Lily had me voice act in something yesterday. She said I did a great job. So, not to flex, but I might be a bit of a voice actor myself.
I'm on it.
The team feels unbalanced.
Casino, watch your flank. Relax, Demon. Diva's got me covered.
Like something is missing.
Casino!
Captain Myung promoted me to squad leader, but we're backsliding.
Lily was playing a lot of Overwatch because I knew about this role for a bit. I didn't know what it sounded like, but I knew about the role because she'd been playing Overwatch. And I was like, why are you playing Overwatch? And she was like, oh, because, I want to, like, like I have a voice in the game. And I will say this now, I kind of want to be in Overwatch. No, excuse me. I want to play I don't want to be in it. I want to play Overwatch. I want to play Overwatch to play Lily's character.
Casino's down. We should
I've never played Overwatch. I played 4 games ever.
mount a rescue. Hold your position, Overlord. But
The formations we've perfected for years aren't working anymore.
I'm going to attempt to distract them.
I do want to voice act, but no, I want to voice act. I guess I should just probably put my asks out there because I really believe if you put it into the universe, it can happen. But if you don't, it can't. So I guess to any dev studios, guys, hello, I'm Ludwig. If you are thinking of a French character, I'm an authentic French person.
That doesn't sound like Lily Peach. Yeah, she has crazy range, honestly. I do think that Korean is a little jarring, I will say. I'm not sure about the other languages, but Diva from base Overwatch sounded good. Korean sounded good. I don't know how the Japanese sounded. I don't know how the other languages sounded. I played Overwatch at launch, so pretty much any character that released after launch, I probably don't know. I think I played up to the Sombra patch. That was relatively early, right, chat? List of heroes by release date. Let's see. That was pretty long ago. Yeah, I'm checking. Yep, it was Ana in 2016 and then Sombra. Yep, I played up to that. I didn't play anything after Sombra. They shotgunned a bunch of characters when they went from 2 back to 1. When are we playing? Are we actually playing though? I'm so bad at shooters. This guy will throw up on you. I mean, I've played Overwatch a fair amount. I generally played characters where you don't need to aim. But yeah, basically, what was I saying? Yeah. I don't know about the other characters foreign languages, but Lily's Korean has that hey, I'm a foreigner Korean accent to it. Or Korean's not my first language accent. And the language is a little awkward too. I know her alt line, the Demon's alt line, it's a little awkward, I think. And then in the video, the animated one, where she says goodbye, the way that's said is a little weird. The way they pronounce the captain's name, they say Captain Myung, but it should be they said Captain Myung or something, right? But it should be Myung. It's a different sound there as well. She's half Vietnamese and Canadian. I thought she was partially Korean too, no? I'm gonna look it up one sec. She is of Korean descent on Wikipedia. Citation needed, it says. I don't know. It doesn't mention Vietnamese here. But and it is a Wikipedia, maybe it's wrong. But yeah, Lily was born in Queens, New York. Her family lived in the Bronx before moving to North Jersey. She's of Korean descent, but citation needed. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think FPS works with motion sickness. Chat, you guys are ignoring the fact that I did play Overwatch back in the day, and yes, I did get motion sick while playing it, but I thought the game was fun. But yeah, if I went back today, I'd probably not not do very well. There's been a couple first-person games I've wanted to play recently, though. Like I thought Big Walk looks fun. Like I wanna experience that game too. You played in the one time it was fun. I mean, Overwatch was genre defining, honestly. Like not even genre, industry defining, I would say, right? That's how big Overwatch was. I don't think it's an understatement to say, or an overstatement rather, to say that it was industry defining. Like that game was massive. Then they fucked it up. Yeah, Blizzard dropped the ball super hard. Like the Overwatch shorts were so good as well. It was so hype watching them. They fumbled so hard. Yeah. Brig is a mistake. A Brigida. I heard she was really strong for a while. Emilia Shield has the same health as Reinhardt. How's the meta these days? There's been so many heroes now, so I don't even know what the game looks like now. Alright, very reputable website, Mobalytics. Let's see, updated August 11th. Tier list mean jack shit, we all know that, but still. Hazard, who the fuck's Hazard? Who are these people, man? I literally only know one because we watched this trailer like 2 years ago or something. Kiriko. I know Winston. I played Winston. Like a little bit because you don't need to aim. I played Diva also because you don't really need to aim. I forgot that he's not called McCree anymore. I tried playing Tracer, but I'm really bad. So it did not go well. Jetpack. What the fuck is Jetpack Cat? Why does Soldier look older? Did he always look this old? I swear he used to look younger. When she came out, you could one-shot Tracer and Brig was support healer tank. Reinhardt looks older too. Was there a time skip somewhere, chat? What happened? Oh yeah, I played Roadhog as well. Yeah, these characters look older. I liked playing Ana, but I was bad. It was a time skip plus costume. Okay, I see. Hog in C tier breaks your heart. I stopped a bit after Ash released. I also played Genji on release, but I was obviously awful at Genji. I need healing spammer. We're all bad at Genji. I tried playing Hanzo as well. Awful at Hanzo. Basically, I was best on characters like Mercy and Zenyatta or Lucio. You don't really need to aim as well. Zen was my worst because you need to aim. Please stop playing snipers. You're not good. I did pick Widowmaker a couple times. I did not make any widows when I played. It was pretty bad. This isn't GBF, it's Overwatch. Yeah, we're looking at an Overwatch tier list. There's so many characters, what the hell? DY Overwatch arc. That means I have to download Battle.net again and download Overwatch, and I don't know if I want to do that. But you know, it could be fun for an afternoon, who knows? Just play it on Steam. Can I do that if I didn't buy it on Steam? Oh wait, Overwatch is free now, right? I forgot this is a free game now, I think. I want my money back, Blizzard. No, I'm kidding. I have my fun with the game. Yeah, I forgot this game's free to play now. It's free because it sucks. No, they just changed to a free to play business model. You're only allowed to play the Aussie. Who are the Aussies again? It's Junkrat and Roadhog, is that correct? Is there more? Junker Queen? Who the fuck's Junker Queen? Oh, this one. Junker Queen. What is this weeb character up here? Shion, damage flanker. I think she was in the Demon trailer. Hazard as well. What are these names, man? I don't know where Hazard is. Hazard. Oh, right there. What the hell is Echo? How come some of these characters aged up so much? Meanwhile, like Diva and Zarya, like the same. Trace is the same. May's the same. May became thicker. Diva's not allowed to age. Genji has a dope jacket. May's the oldest, but gotta love getting frozen alive for like 50 years. Shion has a motorbike. You think Mei is as old or a bit older than Rhinana? Da-da-da-da. Mm-hmm. Nomad has a Nihuivente hard. When are you YOLOing some roles? Probably after singles. Wednesday, I guess. Wednesday, I suppose. I just realized I can't put that 6 in my leveling team because actual 6 is getting 130. Heard you like mages? One sec, I gotta check. I gotta check these things. My keyboard is dying. What the hell's going on? Okay, that's done. Let's see. Munching, what did you link me? I heard you like mages. Shantotto. The hell is this?
Our world's name is Vanity, and its history is long and storied. Various and sundry peoples of all shapes, sizes, and creeds called this world home. Among these individuals was a black mage, one who was feared for her unprecedented knowledge and tremendous powers. That black mage's name was Shantoda, and it is with her you shall endeavor to forge a bond.
Kaboom!
私打ち切れますわよ。さてと行きますわよ。
What the hell? I see. It's the Final Fantasy equivalent of Doctor Doom. I don't know much about Doctor Doom, I'll be honest. But it's okay. Evil Magliel, I see. Oh, stretching my arms. I'm getting old. Stretching arms is getting old? I mean, I suppose. Is she evil? I didn't play much 11. She's arguably the strongest mage next to the pro tag of MMO, who's pretty much the god at the end of the story, has decided to learn and make up a new magic system because she just felt like it. I see. Good morning, Mr. Streamer of 2026. Mr. DY, are there any important recurring sources of crystals and tickets aside from event rewards? I feel like I was nowhere near on track for a spark every 4 months despite clearing out all of my event shops and draw boxes. No, if you're playing the game and doing events and things like that release, you'll wait, 1 spark every 4 months. That's 3 sparks a year? You should have way more than that. You might just not be fully farming out things. I'm not sure. But like, for example, here is 3 sparks per year, huge. No, you get more than that easily. Especially if you include roulette discounts to spark on banners. Like, for example, like last year, we got, from playing very lightly, that's 1,300 rolls. And if you farmed out the things, then it's 1,600 rolls. So, you know, this is more than 5 sparks. And this is more than 4 sparks. So, and this is once again not including roulette. So, yeah. This is obviously not spending any money here. This is not my spreadsheet, but if you want to have a look. I was thinking about sparks excluding roulette. I mean, even still, that's 1,600 rolls a year then. That's not to say like all the rolls are equal, right? You can see that August, for instance, gets 256 as opposed to July, which is 80 by last year's count. So, you know, but, you know, this is 300 rolls in 3 months. This is 250 to, this is 400 rolls in 3 months. This is 300 rolls in 2 months. So yeah, like if you're feeling off with 1 spark every 4 months, you're either not farming everything or you're spending rolls when you're not sparking, and it's obviously adding up. Something like that. Quite a lot of rolls are tied to Guild War. Yes, Guild War is the single most rewarding event of the year. So if you're not participating in Guild War, that's 50 plus rolls lost. That's probably where you're missing out. Ah, I see. Yeah, if you're not participating in Guild Ball, that's 50 rolls. Gone. You don't have to do a lot in Guild War, by the way. Like, it's still, like, 50 rolls requires, like, top 100k and things like that, but if you find top 100k too difficult, I think it's still very easy to get the next tier of rewards, which isn't that big of a difference, right? I'd have to look up exactly how much, but essentially, if you aren't skipping Guild Ball, you're still getting a decent amount of rolls from the event. The difficult part is finding a crew. Finding the right crew can maybe take some time, but finding a crew to join, I don't think is too difficult. Like a crew that somewhat aligns with what you want. There are plenty of places. GBF International, Reddit, GBF Wiki Cord, the HL Cord as well. And most crews probably require a lot less than you might imagine. Let's do our Fidel floor too, and then we'll join some hexes. I think I joined the dead crew. I'm the only one doing the guild war or Dread Barrage. Can't even do the 3-star fight. My water team hits like a wet noodle. At least now you know. For proper guild war next month, you want to join a proper crew. Yeah. Definitely find an active crew at dusk. In my YouTube stream description, there's I have a bunch of Discord links there. In the live stream description, you can find various crew recruitment threads there. You won't be able to join during Dread Barrage because the event has already started, but once the event ends, you can leave and then look for a new crew. I have a question. Tomorrow I'll be back in college to start my new semester. How do I mentally prepare for that? You sleep well. Also, that's exciting. Have fun. How much HL weapons do I need for grids of all elements? What are you counting as HL weapons? HL weapons is not really a term that's used. So I'm curious which weapons you're talking about. Like Cosmos. Okay, revans? It depends on the element, really. I would check advanced grids. Some of them are quite useful, other ones are not. But on advanced grids, you can find this on the GBF Wiki. On the homepage, there's advanced grids right there. And then you can go to each element, and then you go to the farmable weapons, and then you can look through the tabs and see where it places itself. Like, for example, the fire ones, not too useful. Yeah, they're sort of niche in Omega Fire, whereas something like the wind ones you'll find are a bit more useful, right? Sete here. So ultimately, it depends. You'll find recommendations on like how many to farm. Like here you can see Concordia, the Cosmos weapon. You want 1 to 2 attack, 0 to 1 of the special, and maybe 1 of the defense. And if you don't see the weapon, then that means it's not really used too often. Agustia, yeah, Agustia good. Alright, pause this, turn on the music. Let's go, I guess since this one's up already, we'll start with this setup. You love Agustia, but the fight itself is so depressing. You're Cosmos-less. Yeah, the raid with and without her is like night and day, to be honest. Well, I get kicked from the room because I'm Kingo. Surely not, right? Surely it'll be fine, right, chat? Surely you look like your Mercy game. They can see I'm holding the katana. I actually do want to try Odious Grid here. I think Odious Grid would be quite good. You would do like three spears and then two of the, is it dagger or axe, whichever one gives the thing. You can maybe chuck in one of the TA weapon. Recording budget setup, yeah, basically, I don't want to call it entry level Hexa, but like, just basically beginner Hexa setups for the wiki. Like a big criticism of the Hexa far whatever pages is that A lot of the grids use things that you get from the raid or raids beyond, right? And also that all the setups have very similar characters, which I understand, right? I get. So just providing more examples of things you can do, essentially. I don't know if this grid is the best. Do you have any feedback, Nox? I don't even know what else I can do here, though. Maybe a sword instead of the harp, I guess, for extra sete, but my my sword is uncapped is the thing. It's awakened, sorry, is what I mean. So I didn't want to include it. This is completely foreign land, yeah. Hexa grid's getting updated. Updated in the sense of me adding more setups, yes. But the goal here at the moment is to add 2 to 3 setups in each element in Hexa that is more geared towards, for lack of a better term, entry level, I guess. You didn't want to do third sete, another sete. I didn't want to do another sete, and I actually think the Otis is better than the third sete. I like the fifth sete, I guess. Yeah, because I agree, right, Nox? Because like what happens is that the people normally recording setups and posting them are people who have everything or testing their new toys, speedrun setups. It just becomes very top-end heavy. So yeah, just providing basically more examples. Like, obviously there is truth to, hey, go and try yourself, just swap out the draconic weapon. But, you know, it's easy to say that, it's hard to actually execute. Is this 250 opus? Okay, so my grid does have 250 opus, but don't tell the YouTube video watchers. I'm using Primal opus. Everybody who knows the damage formula in GBF will tell you that Magna opus is like about 3 times better here. I'm purposely not using Magna opus because it's transcended. So it is 250 opus, but I'm purposely gimping myself right now. I've also taken all plus marks off on purpose. So yeah. Yeah, opus is just literally something I can't do anything about, so there's really nothing I can do. So yes, it is 250, but I'm purposely using the wrong opus and using 0 plus marks. 3 times might be an understatement. Yeah, I think it's way better than 3 times. I'm just trying to find any rooms right now.
目障り
勝利の誓いは血を這うがいい。
耳を澄ませ。
オリオンスアトカオンナソコ。
勝利の誓いは醜いあがきだ。
オリオンスアトカオンナソコ。オノスオンイヤオンナソコ。
月の光よ目障りな。
その手勝利の誓いは血を這うがいい。
ワクレギンエジュラウオー。
勝利の誓いは
I think it's correct to wait here for 40, so we're gonna wait. I wish that didn't miss. Oh well.
血を這うがいい。勝利の誓いを
やだおいアドよいそも。
勝利の誓い
Oh, my honors is completely messed up. I'll do another recording anyways, I think.
血を這うがいい。勝利の誓いを
聞かせてもらおう。
選う家具言うことおぬおりおうウクリスをすべて
勝利の誓いは我らに栄光の輝きあれ。
選う家具言うことおぬおり
この礼は必ず
ウクリスをすべて
We're dead.
勝利の誓いは
Nothing we can do here. The pearl is up, right? So
月下両乱
この戦慄にひれ伏せ
dead, but you cleared your pearl. Job done. Exactly.
スリーズルグタンに
しばし
もうタクトようやく眠れる
あらう焼きあううくや
Was there a reason for Celestial Harp instead of Sword? It's because originally this was an RF grid. So it was a copy over from that, and then my sword is also level it's awakened and my harp wasn't. Let's do another recording though. That was, I wanted to showcase like Grimnir there as well, but it didn't really happen. Did we do Colossus, chat? Instead of Grimnir? I feel like we can do Colossus. Cargo your cards? We probably can, right? What is the random odious weapon doing there? It's an element grid, so new modifiers or multipliers. It's good. I mean, I guess this gives shield, huh? How much shield is wedges? I don't think we need Colossus actually. What's the point of Sari or Uriel? They give bar. They give charge bar. Maybe I just kick the Grimnir. Look, let's just do another recording. Any rooms where they're not 5 elements wanted? These rooms are gonna take forever, man. What boss do I think gets next unlimited? Something we haven't seen before, I think. Oh, Blue City, that'd be cool. Australia. I feel like it'll be news story related, honestly. There's no rooms. Is there any exclusive materials in co-op? Exclusive? No. But there will be useful things. I'm joining this one. Yeah, Astaroth Anima is from co-op. There's also the Dark Flame something as well. You can technically buy them with pendants, but you can just farm them too. You want something new, but your entire crew wants far again for some reason. We've got Zosimos Dark, Higurashi Onmyoji Chat, Andromeda Earth. I think we'll be fine. I have a feeling we'll be okay. Time to get carried? Of course we're getting carried. We ain't doing carrying with this setup. That's not the point of this setup. Let me leech. Sorry, it's already started. I failed? It was the stupid thing. Okay. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's a shield moment there. Do I have to clear one, chat, or just see one? You just have to see one, right? You just have to see, yeah.
オリオネスあたかたオンナソコ
我らに栄光の輝きあれ。
月の光よ、目障り。
勝利の誓いは
Let's see or clear what? The 2 million 2 million damage omens, which happen at 90, 70, and 50%. Chat, why does the boss keep missing? I want to showcase Grimnir. Hello? What the hell? No, I think Kaguya does accuracy down, right? I think that's what it is.
しばし
もうタクト。
ようやく眠れる。
にゃ
Alright, let's try and get another one. That was a messy one with the Fidel phase death. Hey, Mr. Streamer, I'm getting close to a spark. Any recommendations you might have to get on my account? I mostly play light units, but my water teams are struggling a bit. If you can get a spark by the end of this banner, or before this banner ends rather, I think sparking on this banner is good. If you haven't already sparked, that is. Like Paler's rate up. You said you like light units, so there's that. And then like just pulling on Galas in general gives you more characters to play with across all your elements. What matters the most is just getting SSRs at the moment, and pulling on Galas does that, and especially pulling on seasonal banners is best. And right now is the last seasonal banner until October. So if you can get a spark before Wednesday, today's Monday, Wednesday Japan time, then I would do that. It's Mr. War, thank you for the sub. I'm sorry I have alerts off at the moment because I'm recording setups, but thank you so much. Thank you for the follow and the sub. I've not. Paler has been avoiding me. If you end up sparking this banner and you don't get Paler, I would suggest picking Paler. Seasonal characters are just really hard to get, and Paler's a really good one. I just recently started using my hosts for the Odious weapons. What am I looking for in terms of performance? Honestly, at the moment, what you're looking for is just getting low permeation values. So whenever an Odious weapon drops, they have a permeation value. So you see how it says PRM 5, 4, 2, 3. The lower the better. So you're looking for permeation ones, but ultimately it depends on the setup. Like for example, if you have an Odious weapon in like a normal attacking team where you don't have charge attacks on, then charge attack befalments are good because it doesn't do anything for that team anyways, right? So befalments are a bit tricky because it is very setup dependent. I would say debuff success tends to be an okay dumpster as well, as long as you don't have too much of it in your grid. But like I said, very setup dependent. Chat, surely Odious is easier to find, like in this case Makotan is easier to farm than Siete, right? Maybe I should be using an Odious grid. This might be your first Dread Barrage where you got all the crew-related rewards. Nice. Dread Barrage, good event. Lots of rewards. Odious is pretty easy to blue chest. I imagine Befoulment is the main thing. Summons is annoying. I can see that. I got a one with debuff success permeation 3. Is that one worth using over my CA damage load one? Since it's for my water team and it's heavily CA focused. Yeah, if your team is heavily CA focused, then you probably don't want CA damage down. That being said, you might want to keep it for other teams in the future. It depends whether you want to eat it or do something else. Just like AX stats, you can inherit Odious weapons. So you don't need to like uncap it again if you just want to get rid of your old one but transfer like the uncapped state to a new weapon. Essentially, if you just want to swap the Befoulment, you can do that, but you lose whatever original one you had. So in this case, the CA damage lowered one. We'll wait for 90, it's close anyways.
月の光よ、そなたの目障りな。
Uh-oh. I was not expecting 15 hits immediately. A dark, please. I don't think they're clearing shit. Oh well, I guess we die on the CA turn.
ず耳を澄ませ。
勝利の誓いを醜い柳だ。
月下繚乱月下繚乱
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
スリーズ・ルグタンせんそこか。
しばし
もうタクトがようやく眠れる。
にゃー。にゃにゃー。にゃー。やはりイーリアこそが最高なのじゃ。
Maybe I could have thrown and cut some more. Yeah, I could have. I don't think it matters though, because I guess we sack Freya there, huh? We sack Freya. I mean, it's minor optimal play. To be honest, I should have saved No More Doubt for the second turn. Because that way we can have 7 Ogies, which is what we need. I'll try to get one more. That was a good run until the end, really. Oh no, that person is AFK or something. Practice. Practice. Oh no, that one's AFK. It does showcase an average run. Yeah. Is this for a low investment hexa? Yeah, it's for the wiki basically. Should we try an Odious grid actually? Hold up. Did we try an Odious grid? What are we thinking for the grid? If we did Odious grid, what are we thinking? We're thinking... Not you. I think Odious is better than Reverns, now that I think about it. Bro, I don't know what any of these are called. Demon Spear? Nope. What is it? Liberation is stamina. Okay. Seal hammer. Oh, I guess I just search liberation. I think we do one of those. And then... gouge lance. And then... we do 2 daggers. think we do something like this. And then we go Celestial, probably. I'll keep the Harp Celestial just because, once again, my thing is already taken up. Then we keep the World. World Breaking Tauros stays. Ultima Harp stays. And then Judgment stays. Opus. We have 2 slots. I think we just put Beaks here. Is Beaks even that good? Alright, real talk, is Beaks good when most of our skill damage is cut? Probably not, right? It's an extra, what, 200k every proc? Is that how it works? I know the slideshow is broken. It's an extra 200k each time it procs. I think it's okay. I think we see what the grid stats are after we put these in. And then if we need to put another one of these in for TA or something, then we do. I think another Gouge Lance is never bad. I don't know if you need 3 of these. Has anybody used these? Do you need 3 of these? On double-sided? I don't think you do, but I have no idea. I'm just guessing. As someone who hasn't cleared Fazia or Hexa, a lot of the grids ask for tier 5 Opus and Max Draconic. What are good options to replace these to begin doing HL? It's funny you say that because Mr. Stream is updating Wiki for grids that don't have those things. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, actually. I use Wedges as my main summon. Wedges main summon is good. Defense Sete. I'm trying to avoid reburns. Baja weapon. I think 1 beak isn't bad. It's a normal attack mod. There's no normal mods, right? Oh, I guess there's Celestial. I guess this is also a normal mod too. Let's make this first and see what we get first. Slideshow stop. Because yeah, I do think that this is better. Hit to attack and defense stack. Okay, it's debuffs. Good to know. Alright, well, we gotta make some of these. Do you need skill sub to help cuts, dude? No, I don't think so. Maybe with shields we need a bit, but honestly, I think raw would help the most. Alright, let's see. We don't want skill down. We have 1 debuff success down already in our grid. This is permeation 4. Okay, so if we can get a better one, that'd be good. We obviously do not want more. We don't want CA down. We don't want skill down. Technically, we don't want TA down. So what's left then? Defense, HP. Permeation 2 there. I think we take 1 attack down. I think that's okay. Uncap this one. Freya is core here. No. Freya is a budget setup here. Freya I'm using specifically because it's budget. We have 1 permeation, 1 defense. I might use that. I'm probably not using these. Or that one. Yeah, we'll do the permeation defense. Yeah, and we have Kaguya in this team too, so I think a defense is okay. Let's see if we need another one of these first. Oh, I have some in my inventory too. Yeah, nothing too good. I wish there was like a half fill for chalices, so I don't have to do it twice. What should I spend my Valor Badges on? The first thing you should try and get is Sunstone. Sunlight Stone, that is. I have a Guild War video on YouTube, and in that I go over Valor Badges. I think. It's been a while since I made it, so... But I'm pretty sure I do. Thanks for the help, no worries. Alright, let's see. So double puts us at CA cap 195 without this. CA cap 50. Okay, so this is like perfect. Alright, this is like actually just perfect. 1 key and then 1 key and 2. Okay, so we don't need more than 2 here. Our TA is probably completely shot because we have 0 TA. Yeah, so TAs are only from characters at the moment, pretty much. Okay, so we want one of the hammers. I don't know how much TA this hammer gives. It's small TA. Let's see what we got. Hello, Umil. I finished the honor and badges. Is it worth to keep farming revenants after 20 boxes? After 20 boxes? No, it's not worth it. Up to 20 boxes is fine. PRM 6? Okay, we got a 2 debuff down. I think I'd rather take the 2 debuff. Yeah, let's take the 2 debuff. Yep, it's fine. Alright, how much TA is that? 14%. It's not a lot. It is not a lot, I repeat. How much is it? 14. We would be 5 because of this, right? Unless I forgot a source somewhere. Yeah, it's 5. Okay, so it's giving us 9% TA. It is stamina as well. Let's get the spears. We definitely want the spears. Probably a little bit of CA down isn't the worst. Just a little bit. If we have like a PRM 1 or 2. Allies take damage every turn. I think that's really scary. I don't know. I don't like that. That sounds scary to me. I think I'd rather HP cut. There's a PRM 2 here. PRM 1 but skill damage. Is that worth it? You know, maybe like taking 10% damage isn't too bad. Because we have the Judgment Harp in our grid as well. We're technically healing every turn as well. We don't take that many turns though. 19 turns. Yeah. I think we do this and this though. 1 CA down, 1 skill down. Or is it better to just do attack down then? Isn't it better to just do attack down? I will try the skill down, I think. It's mainly because it's PRM1. Hey, just got back. What are we doing? We're just making an odious script now. The axe with the healing cap is stupid. You like it? On double-sided, 2 of them reach 72% healing. I see. Yeah, we have 1 in our grid at the moment. Debating if I want the second one. I think I do. Mainly for the TA. I have another permeation step, I think, that I want though. Summer mission's done. Good night, good night. How much debuff down? Like 16% at the moment. To be honest, we don't technically... We're at 15%. Although this one's sort of stinky. Can I inherit a better one? Oh, no, not really. Turn damage. I could just... I mean, with so much healing cap, turn damage probably isn't that bad. Yeah, let's get 1 turn damage. I'll try this. Maybe it's really bad. I don't know. If it's bad, we'll just get rid of it. And now we'll grab a debuff success axe. So level 3 there. I think that's the best one. Can sort them by the permeation, yeah. %24% TA. It's mediocre. Your TA doesn't matter. 78. Cuts is 20? 30? I always forget. I think cuts is 20. Yeah, cuts is 20, so cuts has BTA. MC will be the biggest issue. MC, I think we just forsake MC. Obviously, if you have bubs, this is completely fine, but it is what it is. It's okay. Let's just go into this first, because I'm curious. I want to see the damage. Our HP is a lot lower. Does that make sense? We got the HP card. We have 3 weapons with HP, I think. We have 369, but then we have 25% cut. I think this makes sense, yeah. Bogey damage is a lot higher. Oh, cuts damage is way too low. Cargo's damage is sort of low too. And this is turn 1 though. I forgot to click missed. HP cut's a lot bigger than you initially think, yeah. Okay, 3 mil. That makes more sense. Why am I using Freya? Because he does what I need him to do in this budget setup. I think the HP cut is pretty noticeable. Not just the HP cut, but the HP drain. I think we're doing much better damage though. Oh, cuts. Yeah, no. Okay, we can't have the skill down. Okay, so what we learned is we can't have the skill down. We can't have HP cut. What the fuck can we have then? Okay, this grid is definitely worse at the moment. We can't have this. We can't have this. We don't want skill down. So what, we just take low attacks then? We just gut our defense? That also sounds really bad though. I think you got Ogi down a bit. Yeah, I think Ogi down is okay. So Ogi attack. These aren't the best permeations as well. I'm not expecting anybody to have the best in this budget setup. But maybe this is why we do revans instead. %22% debuff success rate down. Wows. Problems, we're gonna get rid of this one too. Is it possible to swap for 1 revans, assuming in budget, player hasn't farmed out Siete, but hasn't necessarily farmed out 1 billion Spadas? Or Setes? Yeah, I mean, we already have 1 in here at the moment. I want Pele, but I'm short on pulls, so I'm wondering, is she available next Flash Gala or August end? No. How short are you on pulls? If you haven't finished side stories, go do side stories. If you haven't done all, what is it? Premium Friday. This one has a lot of pulls just waiting here. If you've never done this, yeah, side stories and Premium Friday. That's what I'd suggest to get your pulls. If you're already like, hopefully you haven't started pulling, but if you want Pela, yeah, those are your only options really. I'm 20 short. Sadly, you've done everything. You're 20 short. You've done literally everything. They said they've done everything, so I assume that means side stories Premium Friday. I mean, Dread Barrage gives you 400 crystals a day, right? Or something like that. I don't know how many crystals are in here. If there are any, there might not be. 20 is excruciatingly short. But no, Payload will never be sparkable on 6% ever again. There are 500 each from UBHL and Far HL 10 clears. I assume if they've done side stories and Premium Friday, they've probably already done those. Surely you can squeeze out 10 somehow. I mean, yeah, you'd have to go trophy hunting then. There isn't chat. Isn't there like single pools in like Gilgamesh solo clear or something? Fate episodes. Yeah, like at this point, I don't know what you have and haven't done Sumiki, so it's hard to say. Town tickets, yeah, there's town tickets. Time to go trophy hunting. Best of luck. You have a couple days at least. I guess technically you only need 18 pulls, right? Because we have the daily single tomorrow and the day after. So if you're 20 short, you'll only need 18. Alright, we're going back into co-op for now, chat. We're just going to go in with the revenge grid because I want to record. $200 from Stamp, but we're getting 200 crystals daily for Magnifest. I don't remember how much we get from login. There are, as far as I remember, there are some trophies that give you tickets. It's like old school epic raids, I'm almost certain. I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, this one. If you've never done this, maybe go do this. Defeat level 120 Prom, Kaong, Gilgamesh, Marigna, Hector, and then Anubis. This is 6 tickets there. Prometheus set, Malice set, yeah, so things like this. That's on the trophy page on the wiki. I have to get in this raid, sorry. There were 4 OKs. What the hell? Why are people moving? Ah. Oopsie. Oh well, didn't matter. Here we are, carry. Yeah, that was a good run. Alright, let's get footage of the other one. I'm happy with that one. Footage of this grid. This grid's a lot more budget. Oh, I have to change the grid on the screen. 1 sec. No page refresh. My internet dying. What's happening? No, there we go. So I want to do Hexa. I've already joined one, sorry. I have a fever today. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you feel better soon. After this, you can make a room. We'll see how this run goes. I might not need another one. Why do I feel like I'm the one only taking turns? I'm not feeling too hot about this one, chat.
一連卓章だよ。テンペストブレード。
Oh, we don't have guaranteed TA here. We either YOLO or we guard. Oh god. It's too dangerous. We're gonna get faded chain now though, it feels bad. We just used it. We crossed the Varuna. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Why am I the only one moving, chat? What happened? I think I'm YOLOing this chat. Oh, we got an Alex. I'm YOLOing for sure. Actually, I don't need to YOLO. Look, we tried.
はいテンペストブレードライジングソード
エラーカグリユコとオヌオリオウウク
幸
リス
せの
ロス
ドーン一連卓上だよ
耳を澄ませ
はい
I'll cut the recording for this one.
お疲れ様
Yeah, Earth and Light can't clear. I think I joined like a crew run here. Maybe. I have no idea. We'll leave. I'm sorry. Alright, I'll join your room, Nightfar. The script does not feel good, by the way, though. I think the script could be a lot better, but the characters are just sort of showing their strength right now. Alright, I'll just find a room then. Do I trust host Yamato's chat? Trying Hexa without Alex? You don't need Alex at all. Complete misunderstanding of 40% if you think you need Alex. Guard is enough. Shield plus guard is enough, yes. Plenty of characters have ways to mitigate as well. Depending on how much defense you have, 2,000 guard is enough, which is what Colossus and Wedges gives. If you want to be safer, just bring a 0-star Grimnir. There's other ways to do this as well. Like Dirt has like a Rulu plus Bunkle, as an example. 40% from Hexa deals most of its damage in supplemental damage. That means that shield is a hard counter to it.
私の指揮を見よ。私が裁く。
幸せのドーン。共同作業だね。ワムはツヤツヤなので一連卓勝だよ。ライジングソード。次はあの技で。テンペストブレード。お嫁さんパワー。はっはっさ。一連卓勝だよ。弱きを助け、強きをくじく。逃がしませんよ。テンペストブレード。
You've got like 20 bars. Where should I use them? There's a lot of unquote correct answers here. We have to wait for 40 now. We can't move. We use Katura here. So yeah, like you can work towards a primal grid if that's something you want to do. Otherwise, a lot of people who don't want to bother with primal grids just bar gacha weapons that are good for their omega grids, basically. So that's like your pain and sufferings, your other weapons sort of along that tier, basically. Is M3 better? No, Primal, a fully built Primal grid is better than an Omega grid. I'm lacking. Oh shit. This is on 1 turn cooldown.
耳を澄ませ
Need a fast summon, unfortunately. It is what it is. Oh well. Let's try easy. I'll try to get another recording. What on earth is that doing there? Andromeda Higurashi, I'm ready to get carried. This is the runes we're looking for. I have every robot except the one for my main element. A classic. How did the new co-op rooms work? Do I look for the lit up element I can play? Yeah, pretty much. Andromeda carry, I feel wronged. Wait, why? I don't understand. I helped with the last run. Oh, I see. I mean, all of these runs we're going to get carried, to be frank. We're not doing the carrying with this grid. Meta team? Yeah. Meta team except the Yuya in the backline. We just did a budget run with other characters before this. Is this for a beginner thing? Yep. That's the whole point. Is fully farmable weapon grids non-gacha not viable in HL content? I'm literally doing it right now. Literally doing fully farmable grids. It is, but people are scared. No, I don't think it's that. Fully farmable grids are viable for every raid in the game. You do not need gacha weapons for any stage of the game. Does odious turn damage have an upper limit? I don't know. No idea. It does, but it's 99%. Says Cross in YouTube chat. Okay. Do you have hate? Or you can use your friends list these days. I'm still awake. It's only 10 PM. Has testing gone?